Good morning, everyone. Looks like we're at 8:15. That's the time that we're scheduled to start this morning. Welcome to our Standards and Assessment Committee meeting for the 14th of January, 2022. Still getting used to saying that. Thanks everyone for joining us so early this morning. It looks like we have our committee here with the exception of Laura Belknap, but we do have a quorum and we'll go ahead and get started. What I'd like to do this morning, because we have started early, is Patty, if we could go ahead first with item number 1 on the agenda and do our recognition, and then we'll take public comment after that to allow folks who've signed up for comment a few more minutes to get on.
Okay, thank you. I'd love to start it out this way. So this again is the recognition of progress and achievement or improvements in that staff has been doing. So I love starting it out this way with the Utah State Board of Education is committed to the vision of upon completion, all Utah students are prepared to succeed and lead by having the knowledge and skills to learn, engage civically, and lead meaningful lives. So in order to accomplish these goals, staff of the board are engaged in supporting the everyday work to achieve this goal and assisting the board to create equitable conditions for student success, advocating for necessary resources, developing policy, and providing effective oversight and support. So this month, we highlight the work of the following areas that deserve recognition. So both of these areas are within teaching and learning. And first, we'd like to have Sarah Wibke and Naomi Watkins turn on their cameras and give us a wave. So there we go. So a sincere thank you goes out to them. And then Joanna Sorensen and Robert Austin, do we have you on as well? There we go. So there's the 4 that we're honoring today. This is for their dedication for the standards revision process. This is a process that is very time consuming, both for staff and for board and board members. As you know, it is very time consuming. So they've been working for years to engage stakeholders in the writing committee in intentional and thoughtful revisions to our current ELA and elementary social studies standards. So the standards revision process is complex and very time intensive, yet they have preserved and persevered with grace and determination. They are wonderful facilitators, and the writing committees develop the new standards in providing adequate support, guidance, and resources. So a thank you to the staff and the writing committee, team members, community stakeholders, and others who have contributed to making our new standards successful.
Oh, thank you, everyone. We appreciate you being here with us and appreciate the work that you do. This is one of the, well, it's hard to rank the responsibilities of the board, but this is one of the most important things that we do is setting standards for our kids' education. And one of the places where we interface with the public, with concerned parents and also with educators. And so we appreciate what you do to help to put all that together. Thank you. We'll go ahead then, if that wraps up number 1, and ask Nora Lee to call on our folks that have signed up for public comment.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. Those that are signed up for public comment today, just a reminder, you will have 2 minutes for your public comment. Just give respect to those behind you so they can give their time. So with that, we're going to start off with Melanie Monaster. If you are online and available, the time is yours.
Not seeing Melanie, Nora Lee.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe we'll move her to the back of the line and.
Yeah, we will. The next person is Kelly Jones. Kelly, if you are available, the time is yours.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to come and speak with you today. I want to thank you for the work that you are doing on your committee to ensure that our civics education is transparent and inclusive, that SHARP's data is included in our understanding of how to help students succeed. I also want to just mention today a little bit about the ways that we help our students feel respected in the classroom and how listening to this data and incorporating it into the work that we do when we think about academics, and then also the emotional health and safety of our students and how they intersect with each other. The educators that I work with are committed to respecting our LGBTQ, QIA+ students and our students of color, and helping to understand how they can feel more included and welcome in our classrooms and in our teaching. The study of interactions, which is where I work in education, understanding communication, tells us that our initial conversations are so important, but they often don't hold a lot of information. We tend to focus on the positive, the things that we have in common, and kind of keep conversations light and positive. It's not until we start to trust others that we're willing to offer deeper disclosures and to start to feel like we can trust them, to understand that they respect us. And so I want to just suggest that as we think about pronoun usage and we think about the symbols that are allowed in our classrooms, they can have such a positive and important impact on our students. I just wanted to leave you with this interaction that a student had, a woman had. She went to eat lunch with her husband in his classroom. The first time in over 2 years that that's happened. He teaches high school, and he asked for advice a few months ago about a student who is starting to wear skirts and jewelry and wanted to know about their preferred pronouns, how he could help. Today in his class during lunch.
That's time.
Oh, is that time? Okay. I'll send the student experience on because it's important. This classroom was made to feel safe for the student just through the use of a symbol, a flag, and a simple statement that said, "I'll walk with you." Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly. The next person for public comment will be Amy Call. If you are available, the time is yours.
Hi, thank you for your time this morning. I have students in the public education system here in Utah. I have served on a community council. I also have a master's in special education from the University of Utah. Why am I here this morning? I actually don't have an agenda in front of me, but my comments should fall under this realm of curriculum and instruction. I am familiar with the multi-tiered systems of support and realize that the majority of students learn under tier 1. However, I am most concerned about the tier 2 and tier 3 students, especially in the areas of reading, writing, and mathematics. These are core subjects that if a student falls behind, they will experience difficulty in most, if not all, other subjects. It has been my experience that I have found that the people responsible for making curriculum decisions are not always forthcoming with information as to the rationale behind a program selection. While from a legal standpoint, I think districts are able to do what they do, but my question is it ethical? I propose that at a minimum, parents should be given informed consent up front if they are being given a tier 2 program in special education, because that is what I've observed. Now, if anyone can provide me evidence to the contrary, I will expand my perspective on this. The reason I say that is that parents can make an optimal choice. Currently, a one-size-fits-all scenario is considered appropriate, but educational outcomes and data indicate that it is not always optimal. Students should be given genuine assessments appropriately placed in an intervention as needed and provided tailored instruction at their level with hopefully the goal of growth. Education is vital to a person's well-being, and this is why I'm here this morning, and I think it's time to make some changes that will greatly impact the lives of students and families in Utah. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. The next person on deck is Christina Campbell. If you are available, the time is yours. Chair, I don't see her logged on yet, so we'll just go to the next person, if you're okay with that.
That sounds
Okay.
good. Thank you.
The next person is Jennifer Cardinal. If you are available, time is yours.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm Dr. Cardinal. I'm a psychologist, formerly with the Davis School District, Salt Lake and Jordan as a school psychologist. I'm also a board certified behavioral analyst, and I'm here as professionally, have professional interests, but I work every day with families from districts and help consult with their needs, both academically and related to their mental health. And I just am also here as an advocate for LGBT students, and I'm a mother of a queer adult child who attended Davis School District. I'm in support of the educational equity and ask for special focus on the needs of our LGBT and minority students. The recent revelation of serious and widespread harassment of racial minorities in Davis School District is also reported consistently by the children I work with weekly and have worked with for over 5 years in a support capacity of our LGBT youth. This lack of is obviously an example of lack of equity in providing equal treatment for both racially diverse and queer children, and is in part typified by the movement lately of community members who want to remove literature written largely by minority authors that reflect the history, experience, and culture of our students. Removal of these stories from school libraries also takes away the opportunity for non-minority classmates to access stories that can promote empathy, understanding, and a sense of honor for role models outside of their own race or sexual orientation. I also want to address the absence of tracking as an example of us not going towards educational equity related to our children, especially in my experience, the LGBT youth who often leave the traditional schools due to harassment and bullying.
That is time.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jennifer. Sarah Jones, if you are available, the time is yours.
Good morning, committee members. Dr. Sarah Jones with the Utah Education Association. I'm speaking to agenda item number 5 regarding the educational equity rule. Based on the draft of the first module and the 2 PowerPoints, it's clear that the content being created for educator training is going to be substantive, comprehensive, and take a significant amount of time. And so I ask that you make some critical decisions as a committee before you jump into developing these modules. First, how many topics and modules will be required of educators related to R277-328? Second, how many total hours of training are necessary to complete all of these required modules for educators? Third, is that total number of hours a reasonable expectation for educators related to this training? Fourth, what's a reasonable timeline for them to complete this required training? Fifth, what's the plan for communicating to educators about new training requirements? It feels at this point like the committee has bypassed these critical decision points and jumped straight into creating content, which is going to be important, but without determining in advance the modules and hours of training the board plans to require, this fails to account for the workload burden you may be creating for educators. So my ask is to please stop and create a plan that outlines the scope and sequence of all of the modules, all of the topics, and determine a reasonable number of hours in advance that you think educators should be asked to complete before you create the specific professional learning. And as you do that, please keep in mind you've already created a 90-minute overview of the rule. So keeping in mind the importance of the issue and the importance of the training, but also a reasonable expectation and a plan for how all of this is going to
That is time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, we're going to go back to see, is Melanie Monaster, if you're available?
Chair Hansen, I'm just curious on some of these public comments, if individuals knew we weren't starting, and I don't know, maybe that wasn't the case. I'm just wondering if we've got a handful that are still out there, if they knew that we were starting significantly earlier than normal.
I think the meeting was noticed for 8:15. We've tried to delay the public comment a bit to give them a chance to sign on, but I'll have to sign up for the next time, Jenny, I think, if they didn't make
Oh,
it.
no,
on
I'm
time.
not questioning that. It just seemed like we have quite a few that are missing is what I'm wondering. So.
Yeah, I think that we do. So do we have one other one?
Yes,
Nora,
we have
that
Christina Campbell.
Mhm.
And just Board Member Earl, when I sent out the link, I did let them know, those that signed up for public comment, that we did start at 8:15.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. it
Chair,
doesn't
I
look
don't
like
see her.
we have, yeah, Melanie or Christina. And hopefully they'll sign up in the future or they'll give us written comment. And if your comments were cut because of time, please feel free to get us something by email so that we can understand the whole context of your comments from this morning. But we certainly appreciate you getting up early for us and sharing your viewpoints with us. Thank you. It's always good to have interaction with you, even if it is with these little tiny boxes on our computers. So thank you very much. We'll move ahead then with our agenda for this morning. We are on item number 2, which is an information item, early college update. And I think we have Nathan here this morning to help us with that. Is that right?
Hi, Chair, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Thanks to the Chair and Chair Hansen, Vice Chair Straight, and the committee members for allowing us the opportunity to share some information with regards to our early college ecosystem. Hopefully I can share my screen. Norley, if I could get that access, that would be most appreciated. We have been engaged in the priorities that the board set forth for our early college ecosystem back in 2018. And we're excited to have this opportunity to share some of the updates and progress that our community across the state has made during this time. So hopefully, if I can just get a visual cue that everyone can see my screen. Thanks, Patty. So this is our early college team, including our gifted and talented specialist as well. My name is Nathan Auk. I'm the STEM coordinator and early college specialist at the Utah State Board of Education. We have Christy Schreck and Trish Stevens-French with us as well. Christy's in charge of coordinating advanced placement and international baccalaureate, or AP and IB, and Trish is in charge of the GT ecosystem. Even though this is an early college update, there were some priorities connected to gifted and talented in that list. And so we have Trish here with us this morning as well. So our objectives for the next 15 or so minutes is to revisit what led to the board establishing the priorities for our early college programs, or EC programs, identify progress on achieving these priorities, and then establish a roadmap for what this kind of system will be pursuing as we go forward into the future. So just to make sure everyone understands the difference between the programs that are included within early college, we have concurrent enrollment, or what we often refer to as CE, and this is high school and college courses that occur in one course. And so a student who completes one of these courses gets credit in both high school and college. Advanced placement is a kind of national ecosystem that allows students to take courses that are aligned with objectives that colleges across the country have agreed are aligned with particular college courses, and they have an opportunity to demonstrate their competence at the end of those courses through a test that will earn them college credit. And then finally, international baccalaureate programs also potentially award students credit for coursework and or diploma earning. So those are the kind of three programs that live within the early college ecosystem. So while all of these programs are not the same, each of them offer opportunities to earn credit for college while you're still in high school, and different communities use different programs for different things. And so this is not, in our mind, from a statewide perspective, it's not an or equation, it's an and equation. So LEAs can choose from this kind of menu of programs and decide which one makes the most sense for them. So we have kind of representation in different communities for all three of those programs across the state. So before we jump in, I just wanted to remind the committee members about this definition of underrepresented student groups that we have in code, or I guess the definitions in board rule. And I know that there's been discussion the last couple of board meetings connected to it. So what this definition in rule says is that any student group that holds a smaller percentage in a program as compared to the overall population. And so I just wanted to highlight the fact that this could be any student group. So we're talking about students experiencing socioeconomic disadvantage. It could be students receiving SPED services. It could be students that are multilingual learners. It could be students from different races or ethnicities. It could be students of different gender. And so this definition was put into board rule to empower local communities to make decisions that made the most sense for their student populations. And so as we go through this application process, this reference to underrepresented is consistently giving the power to choose how to increase representation for their community, putting that power in the hands of that local community. So first off, we'll start by talking about where our early college priorities came from. This is just a little piece of data, and I'll do the reveal in a couple of slides what happens between 2018 and 2021. But this is the trends and the data that was brought to the board in 2017 that kind of predicated action and led to the priorities that we've been pursuing the last few years. And so the things that I would invite you to notice about this graph is that there's a more or less flat trend line between all the student groups. So what this graph is showing is the percentage of students participating in early college coursework. And again, this could be an AP class, an IB class, or at least one CE class across their high school experience. And the different colored lines relate to different student groups. The blue line relates to all students, the orange line to students not eligible for free or reduced lunch, the gray line, students eligible for free or reduced lunch, the yellow line, students learning English, and then the light blue line, students eligible for SPED services. And what you might notice in this case is that not only is the trend flat across all of these different student groups, but we also see that there's a difference in these lines. So in a perfect world, we would see all of these lines kind of stacked on top of one another because there would be no difference in participation depending on what student group you were a part of. You would have an equal opportunity and equal access to these ecosystems regardless of what student group you were in. And so the board looked at that data along with this data, and this shows similar kind of conclusions based on the different student groups. With one notable exception, you can see a drop in the Pacific Islander community between 2017 and 2018 with regards to their course taking patterns. And so this is the data that alarmed the board enough to convene what they call the Early College Coursework Committee to come up with some recommendations or what we eventually called priorities in order to start to work on closing gaps for the different student groups, as well as to increase access for all students in general. So that led to the document that you may have already found in the backup. That is this document, the college and career readiness kind of priorities across our early college ecosystem. And so once the early college coordinating committee was convened, they came up with 5 kind of focuses of strategies that we could use to close those gaps. And so that committee was separated into kind of 3 pillars. And there's some more information if you'd like me to talk more on this, I can within that document within backup. But ultimately, we're going to talk today about each of the suggestions that the committee made and the progress that we've made since 2018 in each of those areas. So that's the kind of foundations of where our work in closing gaps for underrepresented student groups came from within early college. So what's happened since that work has begun? So here's the reveal. What you may notice in this slide is that starting in 2018, we start to see all of those lines trending upwards, which is great because what that represents is that all of these different student groups represented start to increase their participation within early college. And then another thing that's a little bit hard to see in this graph, but we're really excited about, is that the lines that are not the all student line, so the 3 lowest lines, the gray, the yellow, and the light blue, have started to close the gap that existed in 2018, meaning that in 2021, those light blue, yellow line, and gray line are closer to the all students line than they were, which represents a gap closure. You'll notice there's been an especially large leap in gap closing for students learning English, that yellow line. You can see the steep increase between 2020 and 2021. The picture is a little fuzzier when it comes to the race and ethnicities. And over that time period, the general trend for each of these groups represented here is increasing, with a notable increase in this case in Hispanic students. And that may be in part because in our early college ecosystem, there have been a number of communities that have focused their efforts on that group specifically. So during this time, we have also seen a kind of explosive growth across the entire concurrent enrollment ecosystem with regards to earned credits. And you can see that referenced by the really steep line. We've seen a greater than 50% increase in concurrent enrollment credits earned across the state in the last 5 years, which is a remarkable increase from roughly 200,000 in 2017 to almost 350,000 this most recent year. And then we also have seen, with regards to participation within AP, IB, and CE, you can see those numbers across the top of the screen here. This was 2016, the number of unique students participating in each one of those programs. And then when we change to 2021, you can see a notable increase in concurrent enrollment. So it's almost a 20,000 unique student increase during that 5 years, as well as an increase in advanced placement too. So this is the final piece of kind of update information I'd like to share today. And this is with regards to the implementation report that was released at the very end of 2019, or maybe even the beginning of 2020. And it identifies all of the different Ed Elevated targets and how we're doing with regards to progress there. With regards to early college coursework and our achievement of that 2022 target, which you can see the yellow dotted line is across the top of the screen. Our progress at reaching that is the blue line that runs across the top of the screen, just underneath that yellow target. And so we are on track to be able to achieve that in 2022. We'll have to see what happens at the end of the year to see if we do reach it. And with that said, there's still opportunities to continue to grow participation from the other student groups, as is represented by the bars at right. So what does that mean overall? What we've seen is over 135,000 additional earned credits in concurrent enrollment earned in 2021 compared to 2016. We've seen a 60% increase in credits earned overall across this early college ecosystem. And Utah families have experienced over $75 million in savings because of earning those credits within their high school career. And this represents an over 5-to-1 return on investment dollar for Utah's early college investment. What that means is every $1 that we spend as a state within the early college ecosystem is saving Utah families, or the return on investment is over $5. So what I'd love to do at this point is kind of shift to some of those priorities. Well, I guess we'll talk about all of the priorities that the board has kind of laid in staff's hand to kind of pursue. And the credit for the progress that we've made in these spaces is it goes to our stakeholder community across the state. It's been remarkable to see the amount of energy and competence and insight that our statewide stakeholders and leaders in this space have brought to the conversation in order to close these gaps, as well as just grow the programs in general. So these are the 4 policy revisions that were recommended by the board. And let's see, it would have been the spring of 2019, we finalized the board rule that kind of put all of these things into play. So that includes eliminating discriminatory prerequisites from preventing students from accessing early college ecosystems, We have made a significant amount of progress in eliminating tracking of students. There's a definition that emphasizes rigor over acceleration within that board rule. And then we have shifted the funding formula to incentivize LEAs to ensure all student groups are represented. And as the data shows, we've started to make progress within that space. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what, just to remind everyone what the board rule changes look like. So that the update in 2019 that went into play, I believe in August of 2019, changed the funding process slightly so that AP ecosystems, IB ecosystems, and GT ecosystems were required to include an application in order to receive that funding, as well as do reporting at the end of each school year. The following year, concurrent enrollment was included in that application and reporting process. And then it eliminated those prerequisites that made AP and IB experiences specifically circumstances that weren't opt-in. Now, if a student commits to engaging in the rigor of those courses, school communities across the state are supporting them in being successful in doing so. And so that's what opt-in courses is referring to. So some additional strategies that the ECCC, or the Early College Coursework Committee, suggested that we engage in is to share innovative strategies, to standardize concurrent enrollment forms, develop a college and career awareness CE course, to showcase Title I distinguished schools, and to highlight high flyers and increasing representation. And so you can see the little smiley faces that kind of align with the progress that we've made in each. We have established, with regards to innovative strategies, we've established a early college coordinators meeting that meets 4 times a year with leaders across the state. The most recent meeting, we had over 50 leaders participating in networking opportunities and sharing promising practice within that space. We worked with USHE to standardize these concurrent enrollment forms. We have just released the standards that we developed for a college and career awareness concurrent enrollment course that there will be a number of communities participating in next year. We still have an opportunity to showcase some Title I distinguished schools. We haven't gotten to that one yet, but we have also just begun the process of highlighting high flyers and increasing representation. And I'll talk a little bit more about that right at the end of the presentation. So next we have these proof of concepts. So in this space, we have 4 programs that the committee recommended that we look into as potentially scaling and sharing across the community. We have the AVID program, which our USB staff have pursued at kind of providing a professional learning for leaders across the state. We have a content link program that originally existed in Park City that we have just been looking into potentially offering them an opportunity to share what they've been doing within our early college coordinator meeting so that we can scale that, look at scaling that across the state. We have a co-teaching program that our SPED program has been really focused on, and we've had the opportunity to partner with them in offering some professional learning as well as opportunities within that space. And then there's also a number of summer bridge programs that have been put into play to set students up to have a kind of coherent experience between their high school and college transition process. So next up, we have the funding recommendations. And in this space, we've also made quite a bit of progress identifying an AP testing incentive, developing a dashboard for early college, identifying funding for concurrent enrollment fees, and compensating LEAs for first-time enrollees. We've done all of these things both through the update of the board rule, as well as working with our IT department. Specifically, Lindsay James has been so helpful with regards to developing this dashboard. There's now a public or a version that doesn't include PII, and it's just a zoomed out perspective that's included in our data gateway that you can access by going to the data gateway and then just clicking on early college. And I will have that in another screen. I'm happy to share what that dashboard looks like. We spent a lot of time setting up LEAs to have access to the data that's necessary for them to make these decisions about representation. And then finally, the last priority that shows up within this space is to run a summer CE pilot. We've seen a few programs that have done something within this space, but we still have opportunities to grow with regards to summer CE access. So maybe one other thing that I'll mention before we move on to the final set of priorities is that there was legislation that we pursued as a board priority a few years ago. This was in the FY20 session, and that legislation passed during general session, but then because of COVID, the funding that was awarded, which was $6.9 million total, 4.9 for concurrent enrollment and additional $1 million for AP. Unfortunately, that money was rescinded during the special session that spring. And so we're in conversations with some representatives now to look at possibilities within this space for the upcoming session based on their requests. And then we have this professional learning opportunities, providing AP training periodically, as well as equity training to LEAs, developing an equity webinar series. We have not made a full progress on this one, but we do have a number of meetings, both from the equity labs as well as our early college coordinators, with discussions on equity that provide some kind of background information for LEAs. And then developing family engagement workshops. We've participated with some LEAs within this space. So finally, the last thing I wanted to mention is where we're headed. So right now we have a continuous cycle of improvement that's established, where in the fall, LEAs across the state in these programs identify their intent for the remainder of the school year. In the wintertime, they enact those strategies or implement. And then in spring, they start looking at their data so that they can complete their summer reporting, which year to year allows them to identify what's working, what's not, and to continually iterate and improve within their process. And so overall, what we have done systemically within early college is move along this road. So we started with community awareness back in 2018. Hey, this is an issue, here's the data. Then with our equity labs, we dug into that data analysis shortly after, as well as our early college coordinator meetings to see locally what your data is saying and what you can do to improve this. So that data analysis led to strategy testing and innovation. And so now we're just getting to what success looks like. Who is demonstrating some success within these areas? And we're also just this year have started highlighting some promising practice based on that data dive. And then in the future, we'll be able to identify where targeted support is needed based on the data associated with the success criteria. So what are our success criteria that our community has landed on? We've landed on these 4 things: recruitment, retention, middle school pipeline, and the efficacy of the course, to kind of measure the community's system in early college in general. And I want to throw a special shout out to these 9 school districts and charter schools with regards to that first recruitment item. They have all demonstrated in the last year a double-digit increase or closure of gaps in at least one student group. And the ones with little asterisks have demonstrated a closure of at least 10% in 2 separate student groups, or even more. Granite and Cash both had 3 separate student groups that they closed gaps by over 10%, while increasing the total number of credits that were earned within those spaces. And so these are our recruitment high flyers. We look forward to, in the near future, identifying high flyers in each of these other success criteria as well. So the last thing I wanted to share today is the assets that these underrepresented student groups bring. So a lot of times we look at this conversation surrounding underrepresentation with regards to all the barriers that these students bring and the challenges that incorporating them into our existing communities represent. And so what we did this year with our application is we identified a question that said, what assets do they bring to the conversation, and what can students from the student group that you're focused on, how can they actually improve your early college ecosystem? And so what you see here is a list of all the assets that communities from across the state have identified that these students bring to their systems to make them better. And one that I wanted to call out specifically is this benefits of heterogeneity. This was the number one thing that LEAs across the state identified as an asset for their underrepresented student groups. And this is a direct quote with some reference because the entire thing's not included. Students with disabilities and the other student groups that are focused on bring multiple points of view, various prior experiences and knowledge, and many different ways of learning that are different from their community that exists at that point. And so rather than looking at all the challenges that not having a homogeneous community brings, there's this opportunity that our stakeholders and leaders across the state are identifying that is, there's so many benefits to a heterogeneous community that we can leverage these assets as we kind of grow the direction that these communities are going and how to ensure that every student has access and opportunity to succeed. So that's a quick touch on a lot of different things. I'm happy to answer any questions. My colleagues, Christy Schreck and Trish Stevens-French are also available for other questions connected to this circumstance.
Boy, thanks, Nathan. It's great to get an update, especially such a positive update. I know we still have a ways to go in some areas, but there's a lot of good things happening. Looks like we do have a couple of questions from committee members. Jenny, and then we'll go to Janet, and then I've got Brent up as well. Oh, and welcome, Laura. I see that you've joined us. Thank you. Go ahead, Jenny.
Yeah, I have just a couple of thoughts. It would be good if we had the end size of any of these groups so we know what percent we're looking at. And the reason I'm saying that is because sometimes within, and we've categorized them according to race. So white, we have a high percent, but at the same time, they take on a certain percent of our student body, which actually might mean that a lot of those particular students might not be given access as well. Because when you're talking about other categories that might have 1%, right, of our overall population, we may be actually targeting individuals that could actually be reaching, or not targeting, I guess is what I'm saying, that could also be accelerating. Now, this is a different, are we going to drop 11th and 12th grade? Do you anticipate if this keeps moving forward? The reason why I'm saying that may sound like a strange question, but I guess my question is this: should all students be in accelerated college classes or college classes, right? So I'm trying to understand when we proportionally get out of sync with really what we should expect of students, or do we just drop 12th grade and 11th grade and everything is college prep course? Does that make sense? Or courses? And I don't think that's the right way to go either. So how do we create the balance is maybe a question I would ask moving forward. I don't know that we need to answer that here, but that is a question. I do appreciate the fact we're working on rigor over acceleration, because sometimes kids get caught up in just accelerating through things and not really, it's a matter of checks, right? Instead of learning content and understanding content. So those are just a couple of my thoughts. Also, I'm curious how many categories overlap each other. And when I'm saying that, we're looking at graphs, right, of socioeconomic graphs, but then we're also looking at graphs of different cultures. It would be interesting to see which schools actually, I think it could balance more on the culture of a school than it necessarily is on the culture of any particular social economic class or vice versa. So we may have a misrepresentation there if we're not careful. I had one other comment, but I may have to wait on that. I can't remember what it was. So thank you.
Chair, I'm happy to respond to a few of Board Member Earl's requests if that's okay.
Yeah, let's spend a couple minutes. I hope there were several questions or statements in there, and I'm not sure I tracked them all. So hopefully you did, Nathan, and we can talk about a few of those, but please go ahead. Respond.
Yeah, and Board Member Earl, if I missed something that you wanted me to talk about, please feel free to reiterate. And they're great questions. They're questions that our stakeholders have brought up during this process. I'll start with the overlap in student groups. And that overlap actually offers communities an opportunity to kind of have to increase data within multiple kind of student groups simultaneously. And so when we've done these data dives, where we bring communities together to look at their data and make decisions, there are a number of communities that asked for what that overlap looks like in order to be able to target those student groups. And so if they could identify strategies that increased access for those students, then they would see their data in multiple kind of spaces go up simultaneously. And then with regards to what like the pockets of excellence versus the opportunities for improvement within school districts, that's a great question as well. And so what we've done to try to support LEAs in making intentional decisions connected to that is on our early college dashboard. And I can't show this one publicly because of the PII concerns, but there's login opportunities for every LEA in the state that has early college coursework, and they can filter that data down to individual schools. So again, when we had conversations where LEAs brought like an entire community of individuals together to identify strategies to increase their overall experiences in early college, as well as close gaps for students that don't have access, they looked at targeting specific schools. And there's a number of communities, including Granite School District, as well as Alpine School District, and as well as Murray School District, that are actually using different, slightly different strategies depending on the school that is in question. And so then that final question, well, maybe not the final, but one other question that you had talked about is like, how much is too much? That's a great question that I don't have a kind of quantitative answer to, but it's one that we've talked about as throughout our entire community. What we have done to try and make the choices that students are engaging in intentional is that we've woven our early college experiences into a process of plan for students engaging with their parents and their counselors in a plan for college and career readiness, so that the decisions that they're making with regards to early college coursework is predicated upon the interests that they have for post-secondary and beyond. And so I totally agree, and I'm happy to agree publicly to the idea that every student should not be engaging in as many early college classes as possible. In fact, there's probably a number of circumstances in which one early college course is appropriate for that student for the entire college career. And so while I can't give you like, this is what like makes sense for the entire state, I can tell you that communities across the state are making intentional decisions about that and doing their best to ensure that we don't have students taking those courses just for the sake of taking the courses because they're accelerated or better in some regard.
Okay, thank you. One other, well, maybe two other questions. We're talking about our SPED kids. Many of those students, we wouldn't expect to take a college course. As a matter of fact, it would be completely inappropriate for them to take a college course. So how do, I guess my question is how do we balance the idea that somehow we want those numbers the same? Just isn't really, that's not an accurate statement, because we really don't, because it would be completely inappropriate. And then even our English learners, if I were to go to another country and begin to learn a language, you know, it would not be expected, you know, that I would immediately be able to qualify for a college course because of the learning of the content. So I guess I'm just asking about us balancing that out. And then early college, when we talk about early college, I have one question when it comes to kids that are going like to the DATC. Is that considered a qualified course in early college, or is that considered, are we measuring that in some other capacity?
Sorry, board member Earl, can you tell me what the DATC is?
Davis Technology Applied, Technology College, something like that.
Oh, okay, Chair, is it okay if I respond to those?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll start with the last question because I don't know the answer to that, but I can probably provide at least some kind of insight connected to that. There are a number of classes that are qualified as early college because they fall into concurrent enrollment, which are also CTE classes. And so I imagine that there's probably courses at the DATC which are CTE focused and concurrent enrollment simultaneously. And Jonathan Fry could probably speak to that more specifically. He and I collaborated on the College and Career Readiness CE course. And I know that he is a partner within this work that we collaborate with daily. I'm not sure if he's available, but I know that he could speak to that better than I can. With regards to the other questions that I am remembering as I'm speaking.
It just had to do with our SPED kids and our language learners. So
yeah, so that's a great question as well. That communities across the state are making intentional decisions about. So they have the opportunity to look at how, like, where their students receiving SPED services, like participation rates are compared to all other students, and decide if it makes sense to try to increase that. I would say that, like, across our entire state ecosystem, it is a goal to have every student participate in at least one course. And you're right that there are many circumstances in which a student it may not be academically appropriate for them to be participating in a specific course. And within the SPED ecosystem, and Superintendent Voorhees can probably speak to this. I know that she can speak to this better than I can, but their IEPs or the supports that are put in play for them are oftentimes specified for individual subjects. And so there's opportunities in spaces outside of those, or even within those spaces with additional supports for them to participate. And I'll leave that one to Assistant Superintendent Voorhees to speak to. Looks like she's got her hand up.
Thank you. Let's go to Leah just for a minute, and then we're going to need to move to Janet, and then we had Brent and then Laura. So please go ahead, Leah.
Thank you, Chair. Leah Voorhees, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support. Nathan did a great job outlining the individual nature, and I think that's what you're speaking to, Board Member Earl, of the access and progress that students with disabilities need to have and make based on their individual IEPs. The one thing that I would add to that discussion is that really important for the community, as Nathan was referring to, that those courses are accessible, because not all students with disabilities who even have a disability in reading would not be able to access them in math and want to, or vice versa. And the majority of our students with disabilities, the lion's share of our students with disabilities have the ability, and it is the desire of their IEP teams to be able to access the core content that is appropriate for their age and grade, which includes college readiness and college courses. So the community needs to recognize, take into account, and intentionally plan for the opportunity for students with disabilities to participate and make those courses accessible. So when IEP teams do determine that it is appropriate, that those students can be successful. And that's really important. It has to be intentional. It has to happen up front. We as an education community have to make those courses available and accessible so that students with disabilities can take them and can make progress and master the content when they do.
Thank you, Dr. Voorhees. I see Jennifer, I see your hand up as well. Do you have a comment that's relates to this?
Yes, thank you, Board Chair. So specifically, just to kind of echo the comments, that with special education students, we've had some of our Northern Utah school districts looking at this effort. And one of the pathways they've chosen is CTE. So there's some great opportunities within the career and technical pathway along with when students have disabilities, sometimes it's in mathematics, it's not holding them back in any way, in English, language arts, or social studies. But in the CTE path or the arts, there's lots of opportunities for every child to have an opportunity for college experiences in high school. And so I think it's just considering those individual factors, but also not limiting students because of a certain identification to not being able to take these courses. And our English learners, one of the reasons you've seen such an increase in their participation is we now have concurrent enrollment language courses that they can take to demonstrate their proficiency in their second language. So they might be a Spanish speaker or another language, they're able to demonstrate that competence in a CE course and really actually be given that value of that second language they're bringing to our schools. So lots of opportunities in the concurrent enrollment space for each student to find their pathway forward and within their individual needs and interests.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll go to Janet now. Your questions, please.
Thank you. Can you go back to slide 13 easily? If so, I'd just like to talk to you a little bit about money, because you have indicated on slide 13 the benefit this has been in terms of saving money. There's another something to consider, and that is that the state does fund every student that attends university in the state of Utah. And by these kids earning this early college credit, it should mean that there's less money that the state has to put forward to support those kids in college, because they should be able to graduate and get degrees earlier. So I just wanted to point out that there's additional savings. Along with that additional savings, I am aware that sometimes when we set up concurrent enrollment classes, we have teachers at the high school level that have to qualify to teach that college course. And with such a great increase in concurrent enrollment credits, I'm just wondering if you could comment on what it has been like to qualify those teachers and to get those classes on board for students. Do you have any feel for that, Nathan? Has there been any pushback from higher ed about qualifying high school teachers to teach college courses?
Please go ahead, Nate.
Thanks. And thanks for the question, Board Member Cannon. We have had a number of conversations with regards to what those qualifications look like. And so a couple of years, the statute changed to requires teachers that are teaching concurrent enrollment experiences to have a master's degree within the subject area that they're teaching, a master's degree in a different subject area, and the appropriate number of credit hours within that subject area, or what the statute calls qualifying experience. And so because there's kind of three separate pathways, depending on the community, there have been some challenges in finding concurrent enrollment teachers. I don't think that we've reached the brink of those challenges yet, because there was also a provision within the statute that allowed those that had taught concurrent enrollment previously, even if they didn't qualify to teach under the new expectations, to continue to teach concurrent enrollment. And so we have been partnering with USHE to find ways to ensure that when we start to see that kind of threshold reached, where the teachers that had taught previously are moving on or are retiring, or maybe taking different teaching positions, that we have enough qualified teachers to fill their spots. So we have a number of thoughts for what that could look like in the future. We have some endorsement programs currently that incentivize teachers getting endorsements. So the STEM EIP program allows teachers to increase their endorsement level and even achieve a master's degree within a few content areas. And so there might be an opportunity to scale that program to meet the need of concurrent enrollment instructors across the state. This is particularly true in the rural regions. We hear more often from that they're having a hard time finding instructors for particular courses, but it is not only within their regions. It's also a problem within the urban space as well.
Well, you must have done well, because you certainly increased those concurrent enrollment credits to your credit. And I'm very happy to see that. I have a question that I know some years ago, a student had the ability, if they were very careful in their planning, to earn an associate's degree while they were still in high school. And that seemed to be popular in a lot of the rural areas with kids. Is that still a viable option for students?
It is. And so there was a scholarship that USHE offered called the New Century Scholarship for a number of years.
Yes, and I think they did away with it.
They did. They
Yeah.
shifted the money that USHE was putting towards that scholarship to a pair of scholarships that are both like one is a merit-based scholarship and one is a needs-based scholarship. And so when that scholarship was sunsetted, and this is not quantitative, Board Member Cannon, but I have heard I've heard many fewer questions with regards to achieving associate's degrees within programs. And in some ways, like, I think that that's a positive. I think that there's maybe more intention now put into, does achieving an associate's degree while I'm in high school make sense versus, oh, I'm going to achieve an associate's degree because now I get this extra money to go to college. And so there are still conversations surrounding that, especially in the early college high schools that partner with a campus to their students have the greatest access to early college coursework, concurrent enrollment specifically. And so there are still students that are earning those. And I would guess if we looked at statewide numbers, it's probably gone down in the last couple of years because of New Century sunsetting.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then one last question. So it looks like concurrent enrollment has increased dramatically. And I think as we look on slide 15, we can see that whereas concurrent enrollment has really increased, AP and IB seem to be rather static. I think AP's increased by roughly 2,000 and IB's gone down a little. I'm just worried that there are still a lot of prerequisites and things in place for kids wanting to take AP programs. And you had a slide deck of 369 or something in 369 pages in here, and a lot of them were blank, but I tried to go through that. And I wonder if you could just comment on conversations you may have had with the districts about how successful they've been at eliminating the prerequisites for taking AP courses.
Yeah, I can speak kind of generally, Chair, if it's okay if we respond to that question.
Yeah, let's respond just concisely if you can.
Okay, so Christy Schreck is the specialist for AP and IB, and so I defer to her with regards to communications she's had connected to these ecosystems. I will say one thing to keep in mind with these numbers for this last year is that the AP testing, the remote testing like availability was really hampered in the early days of the pandemic, and that affected both the number of students that were engaged in AP coursework and most especially the number of students that were taking AP tests. And so the data recently is a little bit wonky because of that. So I'll leave it to Christy Schreck to offer her thoughts with regards to that.
And they need time to learn that AP and master it. And I think time has been a real issue over the last couple of years too. So I appreciate that.
Okay, Christy, did you have anything to add to that?
Yes, thank you. Christy Schreck, Early College Specialist at USVE. What Nate just mentioned brings up a really good point. The pandemic did definitely play into it. But another consideration is that timing issue. AP does usually take an entire year to take the coursework, whereas CE oftentimes can be done in half the time. And that is one of the things that we hear a lot from our LEAs. The other consideration to keep in mind is those CE courses, they don't necessarily have to take like a big test like they do at the end of AP. And so that is another consideration when you're looking at those numbers.
Thank you, Chair. Those were my questions.
Thank you. I appreciate the good discussion on this too. We've got Laura, please go ahead.
Chair, one comment and then short and then one question. And it's actually for Leah. I know that USU has a really intense program for, not intense, involved program for our students with special needs, and that they're doing courses for them. And so I'm just wondering how that relates. And Leah, I can talk to you offline about that. I'm wondering about other universities. So my question actually is relating to not just online, but also to other schools who maybe want to offer courses from different universities around the state, and where the universities have drawn lines in the sand and saying, well, if you live in this county, you can only go to Weber. And if you live here, you can only take a course at USU. Is there any way that we can work on withdrawing those lines so that students can take courses from the universities of their choice rather than being so locked in?
Nathan, who's best to answer that one?
I think I can tackle that one.
Okay.
Excuse the football reference. So I think, so the right of first refusal, I think Board Member Belknap is what you're referring to. And so just to make sure everyone understands what that does, is it ensures that specific LEAs are partnering with a specific institution of higher education unless they get that institution of higher education signature that says, we don't offer that course and you can go somewhere else to find it.
No, not just that. Or they just say, we won't let you go.
So, right, that circumstance has come up in circumstances, in a few circumstances. And so when that happens, I try to partner with USHE to find a solution if we don't feel like the reasoning is kind of valid. And you're right that there have been some circumstances like that have arisen. So this the kind of rules that govern this process live in USHE rule. And so I'm not an expert in this space. And what I can say is that there's a carve out for 100% remote instructional circumstances. So as it relates to the possibility of having, you know, the like remote engagement with between an institution of higher education and an LEA, I think that there's opportunities to grow that as a mechanism for access for students that don't have access, or students that want different experiences.
Okay, Chair, I'll talk to Nathan offline on this about thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think that there's some USHE considerations that we probably aren't entirely privy to that maybe need to be looked into. Thank you, Nathan, on that one. And Laura, Brent, you've got your hand up.
Yes, I appreciate everyone that's asked questions, because all of those things have been on my mind as well. And the last question I've seen some things there that we'll talk about later offline. And yeah, because we're here for the benefit of students. But just real quick, and this may not be an answerable question, but has personalized competency-based learning had any impact on the increase in CE, or do we even know?
Nathan?
Yeah.
Please.
It's a fantastic question, Vice Chair Straight. And the answer is absolutely, with regards to the kind of first vestiges of change, because this PCBL initiative is a pretty big one that's moving a pretty big ship. There are different communities that are in varying states of engagement within those efforts. But we just had the opportunity, a number of us at USB just had the opportunity to visit Juab School District, and they have been really intentional with setting students up with opportunities to take courses that align with their interests and their kind of career aspirations, as well as with their local community. So we have seen other communities across the state that have been starting that process as well. Superintendent Darrington from JUAB is at our early college meetings really frequently, and is really eloquent with regards to the way that he and the community in JUAB have intentionally incorporated early college experiences into the options that personalization offer. And now the other piece of the puzzle that we've been working on is with regards to ensuring every student has access. Like when we think about what personalization is predicated on, it is really well aligned with ensuring every student has a personalized experience. And so the initiatives that the board has prioritized for us within this space, I think aligns really well with personalized learning in general, and doing what we can to put the supports in place, whether it was the SPED students that Superintendent Voorhees was talking about, or the students experiencing socioeconomic disadvantage that are the student group that is most frequently pursued. The supports that are necessary for those students to succeed are efforts at personalization. And so I think the two initiatives are kind of in lockstep.
Thank you. I think we're going to have to start, if we continue to have nice information items like this, we're going to have to start at 6 in the morning instead of 8 so that we have adequate time to discuss. Brent's all over that one. Laura, not so much. Anyway.
Oh, no, I'll do 6. I just
Well,
need
yeah.
to remember we start earlier than other groups.
This has been an awesome conversation. A couple things that I thought were notable also is in our efforts to change the demographics in these classes and be more inclusive. This isn't a single sum game. We've actually grown the pie, as you can see, by all these additional credits that are coming in. And I believe that it was mentioned that our outcomes have not declined as you might have expected by having kids who maybe haven't been involved in this in the past now in the classes. But could you just comment on that briefly, Nate, just to finish this out? The outcomes now that we've, have all these additional credits, are we still doing well on the other end?
Yeah, the answer is yes. What we look at with the data from 2018 to 2020 is pretty unequivocal, that we didn't see like drastic shifts in passage rate for concurrent enrollment. And then 2021 makes things a little bit fuzzy. We did see a slight dip in passage within the pandemic, and it's hard to suggest causation with that one because of all of the challenges that communities have faced with the pandemic. But with that said, our passage rate in concurrent enrollment continues to be in the low 90s, low to mid 90s, depending on the circumstances. And other than the blip in AP testing that we had that first year within the pandemic, I think that we're also seeing similar passage rates with regards to those AP tests going forward. And we'll have to see like if that holds true, because we won't know AP test passage rates until next fall. And obviously this school year is also affected by the pandemic, not to suggest that it's no longer a thing, but the communities are able to better respond to it now that they have some experience with the strategies that work.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it is tough to ask about data in asterisk year like we've had the last couple. So, but thanks again for the good presentation. Thanks for the good questions. Appreciate the information and carry on. We'll look forward to another encouraging update here in another year or two on this, the program that we're working. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
We'll move now to our next item, which is item number 3, the request to develop social studies state pre-K 6 curriculum. And I believe that we're with Jennifer for that one. Is that right?
Thank you, Chair. So Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. And also with me today is Joanna Sorensen. She is our Elementary Social Studies Specialist. So we'll be doing kind of a cooperative presentation to you with this request. This is an unusual request that we are bringing to you, and I need someone to give me permission to be able to share my screen, as we do have a short PowerPoint. There we go. Thank you, friends. So we're coming to you for a different proposal than we normally would as staff. Generally, the state board's work primarily has been to release standards to the community and to allow the community to determine how they teach those standards. With the case of elementary social studies, we are going to bring you a few compelling reasons, as we see as staff, to reconsider this typical practice when it comes to elementary social studies. And so our kind of presentation today will be those compelling points that we are hopeful at the end of this, that as a committee, you will recommend to the full board that we approve staff to go ahead and move forward into developing curriculum for our elementary social studies standards that will be approved this summer. That process we'll describe takes a while, so it's not that we will jump right in and have curriculum tomorrow. The standards need to be completed. The board needs to approve those standards. So we'll talk about the process as well, but we'll open with just kind of setting the landscape as to the marginalization of social studies over the last couple of decades, as well as kind of our current demands, and then the process that we would engage in to do this work. So with that said, we'll kind of look at our request today, just to be really transparent and direct, is to ask the board's permission to create optional elementary social studies curriculum that would align to our standards and exemplify the standards in practice. So when we write standards to be pretty open to content interpretation in terms of allowing the autonomy of our local communities to think about their students and what might be of most interest and make the most sense for them. So when they're saying who are effective leaders, they might look at their local community, such as their mayor or their other service providers. But in other communities, different people might make sense. In creating a state curriculum, we can look at more global leaders and national leaders for students to consider, but also help to exemplify for our Utah educators what we're talking about when we look at effective leaders. But the main point here is it would be optional. It would be up to the teacher or the school district or the charter to determine if they're going to use this curriculum. The state would just be providing it as an option. It would be for preschool through sixth grade is our request, so that we can really support our elementary teachers. And we'll get into why that is so essential at this time. So to kind of set the stage as to the need for increased social studies, there has been a significant marginalization of social studies over the last couple of decades. Most of this came with No Child Left Behind and a focus on English language arts, mathematics, and science. And that kind of left the other subjects, including social studies, behind. They weren't measured, they weren't seen as being as weighty and important as social studies we all know is. You all serve on a board because you believe in the social studies and the ideals of our country. And we want to make sure that we can share those ideals and principles with our students as they move through their pre-K-12 education. So additionally, we also know there's some very great benefits to having social studies curriculum and having those experiences in our schools. When we ask how many minutes are being spent on social studies instruction, some are saying, we don't really get there. Others are like, well, maybe 2 days a week. We really want to help in increasing the amount of time spent in social studies. As you have heard year after year, our reading outcomes in Utah are not as great as they could be. And there is significant research to suggest that when we engage students in social studies, they actually become better readers. Part of that is because they deepen their knowledge of the world and have greater access to different information because they have context to bring to those stories that information that without social studies kind of robust instruction, they're missing out on building that background knowledge and expertise. So I'm going to transition over to Joanna, who's going to hit you with some of our 4 main reasons as to why we would ask for this request, as it is unusual. As a board, we have not typically created curriculum for our teachers in the past. So Joanna.
Thank you. Joanna Sorensen, pre-K through 6th grade social studies specialist at USBE. So first of all, our elementary social studies standards are unique to our state. They don't match any other states nationally necessarily, which means that available curriculum resources do not cover our state standards comprehensively. Okay, a state-specific curriculum would provide our teachers with guardrails. So this curriculum would clarify for teachers, instructional coaches, LEAs, what exactly is expected in or by the standard, rather than leaving those things up to individual interpretation. This curriculum could support over 18,000 teachers across 125 LEAs. It would provide them with an accurate, vetted resource for Utah standards rather than individual teachers cobbling together pieces of curriculum from other places.
Really want to harp on this one a little bit. This is what we've asked our teachers to do in social studies in the past, because our standards are so unique and they are required, to teach those standards, and they're having to go and find materials. In our LEAs, when we asked our curriculum directors, like, is this something that you would be interested in or supportive of? It was a resounding yes, please. They really need the support. And we expect that if teachers have adequate resources, they would be more likely to teach social studies. We all know that our teachers are overburdened with having to teach all of the content areas in elementary school, and to be able to lean on effective curriculum materials to teach social studies, that would just be one easing point to this story of bringing social studies back into our elementary schools and not leaving it to 125 LEAs to have to figure out, or 18,000 teachers. Joanna, how would
Are you speaking to this one, Jennifer? Am I?
I'm happy to. So this one in particular, as you all know, I have a passion for literacy. One of the benefits of social studies is the advancement of literacy achievement. So having, as I stated earlier, having students understand knowledge of the world advances their reading practice because they can have context to bring to those experiences. Just like if you've been able to travel somewhere, you're able to access a story about that more readily than if you have no experience traveling to that place, as an example. So when we get to share those stories of our history, when we get to read about current events, it really allows our students to start to build their background and knowledge of the world that they can bring to other texts, but they have that context as they bring it with them. And then that ultimately improves their reading achievement. Some states have gone so far as to take the content in their ELA assessments for the state assessment to be social studies dependent in terms of the reading, text, and things, to try and promote social studies within the English language arts environment, creating a tested subject that isn't a tested subject. So we're not asking for that. We're just asking for curriculum and an opportunity to advance literacy through the instruction of social studies. So to close, we're just talking about the process and how we might propose to the committee, and open, of course, to feedback. But funding wise, we have some federal funds that we have available. They gave us an extension because of COVID. So we've got some funds that we can use from both Title IV-A and Title II-A that are not expected, but available and usable for these. Allowable is the word I'm looking for. And then state funds, we have some carry forward funds that we could repurpose for this use to be able to create these materials and partner with a curriculum developer. So the timeline anticipated for next steps, and this would be our tentative timeline, depending on the committee, depending on the standards are approved and all of those things. So this is probably your most flexible piece in terms of their hopes. So our hope would be that in February board meeting, if the committee approves, that we would then be able to proceed with a request for information, which is basically going out and saying, we're looking for this type of curriculum. What vendors are out there and what might they be able to do so that we can craft an RFP based on the best of those proposals. And so that would be the first step of the process, just saying, here's what we're looking for, what's available, what are people willing to do, how would we want to craft the RFP so we can recruit the best curriculum development process possible. We would then come to you in February to discuss the process of how we would go through like the review, how that curriculum would be approved, and the board's role in that approval process. And so that would be the next step, that if the committee approves today, we would come back to you next month and describe the process as we would propose to you, and then get your feedback to finalize that process to ensure there's enough public input, there's enough educator involvement, as well as the board's involvement in approving those curriculum materials. As if they're going to be state curriculum, we want to make sure that our board is supportive of those materials. The next one in April, after we do the request for information in February, we would take that information to create a request for proposals to go out to the field, to publishers and curriculum developers to propose their options for us based on our request of criteria required for that material. So for example, we're going to want opportunities for kids to demonstrate competence. We're going to want opportunities to see integration of other content areas. We want our standards well taught and covered but considering the amount of time our elementary teachers have. So there'll be some parameters that we would put out in that RFP and to be able to get those quality proposals and then to work with a vendor to develop that curriculum. And then finally, we would actually start the development process once the standards are approved by the board, which is anticipated to be sometime this summer. So with that said, that is kind of our presentation. And if there are questions, which I'm sure there will be, we'll be happy to answer those for you.
Okay, we'll go to Brent and then Jenny, you'll be on deck. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I know that one of the challenges when it comes to creating standards is how do you not go too far in the standard to where you're violating that framework? And I would say that with those who I've talked to who are critical of these standards, it's hard for them to understand where that line is. In fact, sometimes it's hard for me to determine exactly where I want to end that line. So I think that this gives us a great opportunity to perhaps show how this alignment takes place between the standard and the curriculum and then the lesson plan in the classroom. And one of the commenters yesterday brought up standard K.3.4, which reads, explain why symbols like the US flag are considered important and what rules and traditions have been made to reflect that importance. Now, when you look at that standard, it gives an example. You could say that standard, explain why symbols like the US, well, you could take the US flag out and just put what are some important symbols. If you go up to the compelling question, and this is under the civics section of kindergarten, what purposes do symbols of our school, community, and country serve? So this expands. Yesterday's commenter talked about, well, we want a standard that we want you to talk about this about the flag and this about the flag, and they listed 4 or 5 things. Well, what they don't understand is now you're creating the curriculum. And yeah, you can give an example, and that's where it's tough because should you give the example? Well, I think it's appropriate because, oh, okay, now I can go, are there other symbols? There are absolutely lots of symbols that I would talk about as a social studies teacher. I noticed one of the standards, I believe it's in the 5th grade, talked about push and pull factors. Now, to the average person who doesn't remember that lesson in their history class in high school or college or whatever, to start to try and list the push and pull factors of immigration is what would defeat the purpose of having the standard. That's the curriculum. I love this curriculum. I think it's age appropriate. It's broken into 4 categories: history, geography, civics, and economics. Now, I love that economics part. I just think they're well put together. I think for the most part, they're true to themselves in providing a framework without violating going into the curriculum realm. But I look at this, what I would like to see is for it to take a couple of these standards and develop them out into a curriculum so that we can share those with the public and say, this is what it looks like. This is the standard, here's your curriculum, and maybe even go to the lesson plan stage. Because as a teacher, I always my first focus was on the compelling questions. Now, we call those essential questions, if I remember correctly, but it's the same thing. Compelling questions, essential questions, these are things that guide you. That's what I would put on the board to help serve as an objective, because by the end of the day, that's what I want the student to learn. There's one other idea that I would like to see. So in addition to a fully developed from standard through lesson plan, just a couple of these ideas as samples so that the whole board can look at. I'd also like to propose that we do some cross-curricular things within this curriculum. It's very easy to cross-curricular with English language arts, and especially in regards to reading literacy. That can really improve, but you can tell a lot of the stories of history and bring in the history and the civics and the geography into that English language arts. You can also do it with science. You can do it in anything, but especially English language arts. So I would like to see at least one of those examples that we fully develop as samples to be cross-curricular. That will help in the timing issue. I talked to my wife, who's an elementary, has been an elementary teacher, now a Title I coordinator. And we talked about the time and how that could be mitigated. And that was one thing, but also by providing these, Dr. Thronson is 100% correct. If we provide a good quality curriculum that they can choose, and that's important, that they can choose to use, if we had 2 20-minute segments a week just for social studies, and then we did some cross-curricular things, we'll be accomplishing more than we have for 20 years in social studies. And so I'm very excited about the direction. I'm excited about the curriculum. Yeah, and I'll leave it at that.
And thank you, Brent. We'll go to you then, Jenny, please.
Yeah, I probably have a different perspective, and that's good. I don't see the current standards as outstanding, and I understand the difference between curriculum and standards, but when we ask students to do something and teachers to do it, it should be the same, not identical, but it should be the same. It can be taught different ways, but we should know, and parents should be able to read those standards and have a firm understanding of exactly what students should be getting from there. It makes content more accessible. It makes teaching easier. I am going to provide just a different maybe recommendation. I don't know that I would recommend we put RFP out for curriculum writers to come into Utah and write curriculum for us. And the reason why I say that is, I don't know if you remember back in, I'm not going to remember the actual year, but the year prior to taking on the next generation science standards, there were a couple years prior to that they actually coordinated with community members and educators and paid them to assist in writing curriculum to articulate the science standards. And because of that, they had this very strong science content that teachers assisted with, community leaders assisted with, and it was this outstanding curriculum. And then we, of course, accepted the next generation science standards, and they had their frameworks and everything. But my point is that I don't know how far we have to go outside the state of Utah to request assistance with this, with our higher education entities assisting in this, as well as educators themselves and community members. I think it can easily be done, and maybe the cost might not be as much, I'm not sure. But I do think the standards have to articulate exactly what we want to see from it. And that doesn't mean it's complicated or complex or whatever. The other thing is, and I've already voiced this a number of times, but we're not meeting the law. We're not meeting those key things that teach those key principles. So before we race towards something, which I think it would be good to have something as a resource for schools that choose to use it. I think that's it does create that, I don't know, safety net, what did you use? Guardrails or whatever. So we're not seeing things, or at least it's creating less contention maybe between families and educators when they can clearly see there's that transparency piece, right? Which is so key, because parents do have an expectation for their children, and we expect something for our educators too. And this allows that transparency to be so open that it removes that ambiguity. Let me see if there was another comment. Oh, cross-curricular is great. I think the only problem with cross-curricular, and this is the same thing that Massachusetts did, they try to put too much into the standards. In other words, we're going to do social emotional learning. We're going to do cross-curricular. We're going to do coordinate it with this. We're going to coordinate it with that. Before long, you've got this whole mess of it becomes complicated again instead of simplistic, and very easy to understand and clear to what needs to happen. I think narratives are a way that kids learn. I think that's the research you're talking about, right? Through stories, because it creates an interest in people and humanity and those kind of things. And so that is important component if done right. So and clear, so people can anyways, so those are just my thoughts. I don't mind moving forward on this. I want it very clear what we're doing though, so that there's no question later. My other concern is about the movement towards activism, especially in younger grades, where we're asking outside community groups to come in and coordinate community efforts around our children. And I think we have to be really careful that that as we're doing things like this, we're not actually teaching civics. We're engaging in outside organizations' efforts for their ideas or their agendas. So those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Sorry, got my mute stuck. Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate that. I don't know that there was a response needed on any of that. Was there something that you were looking for, Jenny, or just suggestions and comments? Is that?
I guess in moving forward, I want it very clear what we're doing. So, that's not necessarily, that's a comment I have. I don't want just RFP out to look for large organizations that really do already have curriculum written that may not and may align, but may not align with Utah's standards when they get finished.
Okay, I've got, thank you. I've got Laura with the hand up, please.
Thank you, Chair. I actually do have a question actually along the same lines. Have we looked at not using a developer of curriculum and using our own people? So that would be my clear and concise question. And if we have, and if we haven't, why or why not?
So,
Okay.
oh, Chair, can I answer that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so we have considered going local, and I think that the blend that we might be best approach, we have had a hard time over the last couple of years recruiting teachers to help. They are burned out. They are stretched as thin as they possibly can be. And us recruiting teachers right now has been really hard to do. With that said, the expertise in elementary social studies within our Utah teachers, it's not an area that most teachers feel a lot of capacity around because they've been spending their time becoming experts in some of the other content areas. And there's very little dedicated teaching time in this area. Not to say we don't have some leaders that can help us in this space. What we could do to kind of broker the two together, one, we have local institutions that would put in for the RFP. I believe, as Board Member Earl was talking about, we have some Utah groups that could do this work. One of the things we could put in the RFP is how would you incorporate the use of Utah educators into your development process so that there might be a Utah educator vetting, or maybe they're helping develop the curriculum or sharing resources. So that could be a way to kind of broker the two conversations instead of putting the weight of writing curriculum for 7 grade levels, 8 grade levels on our teachers. We could leverage them, but allow a curriculum developer that has the expertise in curriculum development and assessment design to lead that work while leveraging the power of our educators and ensuring that it meets Utah's values and ideals. So I think that might be a good way to partner the two entities, but to put this burden on our teachers to create at this time, it's just really challenging to get teachers to give up their free time to work with us, even if we pay them really well.
Follow up, Chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you. That wasn't the only thing I asked. I asked, why can't we get our community to do this? Because it's not just on the backs of our teachers. There's several community members who have valuable insight into K-5 education, K-6, I guess, K-6 education. And I think that they could have some great insight here. So in tracking this back, the developer would do what, and when would we see what's there going to come, what the developer's being asked for, and their involvement of our community people?
So I think those are the things. Next month, we could come to you with what we would like to put in the RFI to say, here are the things that we would be looking for. How would you include Utah? Maybe you are Utah, but how are, like, we have organizations that can do this work, but to have a competitive process for this kind of money, you have to put out an RFP. We're not able to select vendors at this kind of price point because we like them or they have the content. We have to go through the procurement process, and I'm sure Zach would be happy to explain that. But anything over $10,000, I don't have the right to just pick who I like. We have to put it out for some kind of solicitation. And so with that said, we can put in the types of things that we want. We want to include Utah organizations, Utah educators in part of the development process, but curriculum design and development is not something that we want to leave to a few teachers to do. We want vertical alignment, we want horizontal alignment. We want that assessments to be designed appropriately as well. And that's going to take someone who can organize those materials in a platform that can be released, available to all of Utah educators. And there's just so many complexities when you create a curriculum. This is basically becoming our own publisher. We've got to leverage the expertise of those who have developed curriculum in the past. I think we would be not creating the highest quality curriculum if we leave it to ourselves to try and do everything for this work.
Jennifer, could you put that slide back up that shows the process that you're proposing? I think that would be helpful. And then we could see kind of the steps where this would be back to committee and go to the board, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so today, we could bring the open and request for information process to you in February to say, here are the things that we're going to put out to the RFI to kind of see who might be interested, how we want to craft the actual RFP. It's kind of an RFI. The intention of that is to just see what's out there, see who might be interested. And we can actually direct purchasing to send it to particular folks locally as well. It goes out on our bidding system, but we can ask for specific emails to be sent. So if there's particular people in the state that we want to see it and to respond, we can do that. Ultimately, an RFI doesn't put us into any type of contractual agreement. It's just basically who's out there, what would they be able to provide to get to the sample that board member Straight was talking about, like what would this look like? And ask them to provide a lesson exemplar or a couple in the RFI process to kind of see what they're thinking, just to give the board a feel of what it looks like. And then we can refine based on those responses for the RFP experience. So sometimes when you do the RFI, you're like, oh, we should have mentioned we really want this, or we didn't say that well enough, they interpreted it this way. Let's clarify that when we do the RFP. So that's the benefit of doing an RFI, is it allows us to kind of get clarity, see how it is received by the field, and then refine it for the RFP process. So in February, we can bring those steps or that kind of what we'd be looking for in the curriculum development to you for feedback. And then we can do the RFI. And then also the development process, like what would the steps be? Similar to like standards revision. What's the first step? How do we start getting curriculum? One example might be, as soon as the developers have a unit of study ready, we can be bringing parts and pieces to the board or to a committee that the board elects to review those and give feedback to the curriculum developer prior to the board's review and approval. There's lots of ways we can do this. And so we'll bring a process for your feedback and amendment next month if you approve the ability for us to go ahead and kind of go down this pathway of seeking to develop curriculum for consideration. And then we wouldn't actually go for an RFP until April once we've kind of made those definitions.
So,
Laura,
Chair, are we looking for a different motion then?
Yeah, I'm going to come back to you, but that's the question I want to ask. So right now, Jennifer, from what I'm hearing, we could have either a request for staff to come back with information. This wouldn't go to the board then. This would be still internal to standards and assessment, and have staff come back with a draft of a request for information that included some of the things we've touched on today: community involvement, examples of alignment, or all the way down to lesson plan, I guess is what the request was, from standards all the way down, see what that would look like. Would that get the ball rolling for you, but still put the checks in place, I guess, where standards and assessment would get to look at it, and then it would have to go to the board before it went out for an RFP? Is that the way that you're seeing it?
Yeah, that works great for us. We just wanted to make sure we didn't want to start doing this work without your kind of soft blessing of go ahead and explore this a little more, and then we can come back to you for more explicit kind of concrete examples of what we're thinking and get feedback.
Okay, Laura, does that answer your question then?
Yep, if we're just giving direction, you've got it.
Okay, and I'm going to go to Brent, then I just have a couple of questions, and then I think we can put something together to give that direction. So go ahead, Brent.
Yes, I appreciate that comment, and I would agree. We want Utah. We want our teachers, we want our educators involved in this. I am concerned, though, of the narrative that's been put out there that these standards are not in alignment with the law. In my view, that is totally not truthful. And maybe that's a harsh word, but both Jenny, you and I both spent 2 hours of our time a week ago listening to a proposal where they claimed that same thing. They said it in front of legislators, they said it in front of us, and yet even in their own standards, which I'm holding right here, where do they come from? From Massachusetts and from other states. They mentioned Washington, D.C. and different things. So these are Utah standards. They were developed by Utah educators. That process, and I take great offense that they're being referred to as not following the laws of Utah. So anyway, you can have your view on that, and I do too. And maybe that's confrontational, but I don't mean to start a debate. But if you want to have it, I guess we can.
Yeah, I'm actually going to rein in that discussion, and because we're not talking about the standards right now, that's a separate agenda item that's going forward. We're in public comment now. We'll be able to have those discussions, and whether those standards align completely with law or not will be discussed as part of the standards exercise that we're going through. So I don't think that that's on the agenda for today to discuss that point. Jenny, did you have something that's related to this item?
No, but if we're going to get in the debate, I'm happy to.
We are not getting into the debate.
If we're not going to debate, then we need to not debate.
Okay, so we're not debating. So
okay, we'll leave it at that now, but I disagree.
Yep, we've had a point, we've had a counterpoint, and that's where we're going to end it. We'll have that discussion. We're talking about standards.
It was brought up by her first.
Okay, we're done with that one for today. Okay, I'll get the last word and we're done on that one. I had just a couple of questions that I think we can help with, that may help with putting together this request to staff. First, on the cost, do we have some kind of estimate of what the cost would be for this? I know we don't have this all developed, but is there a ballpark figure?
Not really. That's the point of the RFI process. It also asks, like, how much would you estimate this to cost? And so that helps us to be able to be really transparent when we go for the RFP of what is expected. I would guess close to $1 million, if not more.
Okay, and we have that kind of funding available from the funding sources that you discussed?
Yeah, across multiple funding sources, we can get it done.
Okay, next question is, I know that we don't have any guarantees, but from the feedback that you have from LEAs, are we quite confident there would be adopters? Because for us to develop a model curriculum and for no one to adopt it would be money not well spent. How do we feel about that?
Yes, so one example, Davis School District said, we will pay you for it. Like, they were that invested. So Davis is one of our largest school districts, as you all know. There are many. That was the resounding in the curriculum director meeting. Granite, Alpine, like, they were all the yes please. There was no dissent in that room because, one, you're making it optional, you're not requiring it, but two, it's a heavy burden on our LEAs. You cannot go out and buy a curriculum off the shelf that aligns with our standards. So it takes every LEA creating their own curriculum or trying to find something that kind of fits. That really doesn't meet our standards. And so they really see this as a grand opportunity to support them. I think in other content areas, you don't see the need as much. English language arts, you can find a curriculum. Mathematics, you can find a curriculum. When it comes to social studies, we have such unique Utah standards that it's just impossible to find a curriculum that even gets close to alignment.
Okay, how burdensome would it be to, and I know again, we can't get people to commit, but to have some kind of a straw poll or a quick Qualtrics survey or something to really gauge the intent and maybe to help us to guide this RFP? Would that be something that could be done quickly? I don't want to create a 3-month project. Is that
Oh,
something?
no, I could poll them today and probably have an answer to you next week. So why don't we add that to the direction?
So that could be part of our direction.
Yeah.
And one more question, and really, I think those of us on the board are probably aware of some of the unique areas of Utah social studies, but could you or your staff there, Jennifer, just give us some examples of the things that wouldn't be available just from an off-the-shelf curriculum? So that
We'll give one, like Joanna thinks of many, but Utah studies. Utah studies is a really hard one because of our local history that we want to talk about. So if I'm down in Millard, they have a very rich history that's very specific to Millard that they probably want to leverage. It's not going to show up in a Utah history. There's, I think, 1 or 2 textbooks on Utah history. They're very, there's very few options. And so it kind of leads to this monopoly. This would allow some additional flexibility, but that would be one that comes to mind, but I'm not the expert. So Joanna, if you want to give some other examples.
That okay, Chair Hansen?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I was going to say the same thing as Jennifer. Obviously, Utah history in 4th grade, and we do have a textbook published by Gibbs Smith that a lot of 4th grades use across our LEAs, but other grade levels don't have resources for their specific grade level standards. And like Jennifer said, one of the great things about Utah is the diversity in geography and different communities, and when we have standards where they're looking at their local community, of course, no off-the-shelf curriculum is going to help them support those standards or learn about their own area and the development of their own community and where they've come from and why they're there. So.
Okay.
Can I add one more?
Yeah, please.
One of the other pieces is what we put in a particular grade level might be in a different grade level in another state. So let's say we see a standard in 2nd grade, well, they might have it in 1st or 3rd grade. And so again, the curriculum from one, when you put a standard in a different grade level, the appropriateness of the content associated with that standard may no longer, like the readability, for example, the text might be too hard or not age appropriate. And so that is some of the transferability as well, when we have standards that might be at different grade levels that they are taught than in other states across the country. Leveraging other state materials can become problematic because it may not be appropriate for the age that we're teaching that standard.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave that there. And if we could get a blank screen up and someone who can type, we'll put some direction for staff, then maybe a request for staff to get some information back next month. Oh, that's a nice shot. So I think what we've discussed is that we want staff to come back with a draft of an RFP that would include, among the other information that's needed, a plan for involvement of Utah educators and community. Also, oh, have we got something there?
Is it an RFI?
Yes. No, I'm seeing a nice snow scene. There we go. So a draft of an RFI with the plan for involvement of Utah educators and community. Okay, what else was in the RFI? The drill down, I guess, from standards to curriculum to lesson plan.
Clear assessments, clear ability to measure, I think needs to.
Okay, so if we just add a bullet for assessment. And then we did have the discussion about integration into other subject areas. So I think that should be touched on.
I just think that one gets messy if we're not careful.
Yeah, I think staff and I certainly understand the concern. So that's why, what's the plan? Is this, I mean, if this is, here's a list of books that could be used as part of your reading program that are relevant to Utah, social studies, that might be easily integratable, or, other ways could be much more cumbersome. I think we get that. Okay, anything else for this RFI? There was one more item just to do the quick survey to gauge interest.
Chair, this is Janet. Do we need to say anything about aligning with Portrait of a Graduate or aligning vertically and horizontally with assessments? Do we need to
I'm
mention alignment
assuming,
here?
yeah, I'm assuming that goes with the standards alignment, but I'll leave that to staff to see whether they need more direction there. I think by default, our curriculum would need to be aligned with the standard, which would align with the other things that you've talked about, right, Janet?
Yeah.
I've heard it stated several times that alignment with Portrait of a Graduate was part of developing the standards.
Okay, then conduct a poll. Anything else that needs to go? Laura, please.
Chair, I'm just hoping that we don't narrow this, that if as they're writing this RFI, they come up with something, that we leave it enough that they can add that to it, because it's going to come back to us anyway. Are you okay with that?
Oh, I think, and I believe I said at the beginning that it should include, along with all the other things they need, these things. So we're just directing that these points be included. We're not limiting. I hope that's understood. If not, thank you for bringing it to everyone's attention, Laura, because that's the way we want to go. Okay, staff, can you help us? Is that clear direction that will allow you to bring this back and get this moving? I think from the committee, I'm not hearing anyone say, no, this isn't a good idea. I'm just hearing about some ideas for implementation and ways to go forward.
And I would add just one more thing, and that would be, this is part of standards, that alignment with civic character education law in the state of Utah. They have the skills to coordinate that.
Okay, yeah, if we could, I think just say alignment with standards, and that would be including, we can list all that, but the curriculum needs to be aligned with the standards. Okay.
And in evaluating alignment, we need to look K through 12, not just K through 6. If we're going to do it with alignment with state law, then I think it needs to be a little more broad.
So your comment is that this would be curriculum up to 6, but it has to lead into 7 through 12, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We need that global view of alignment.
Okay. Anything from staff that would be helpful?
That is perfect for us. We've generated some ideas ourselves, so we'll go back and kind of calibrate these two lists together and then bring that proposal to committee in February for the recommendation that we asked for today, which was to allow us to kind of go down this path, but that will kind of give the structure to the path moving forward.
Okay, I'm going to add one more that I know that you can't give us a precise number, but just a kind of a rough order of magnitude on cost. If you can help with that, just what some similar projects may have cost other places, or I know that ours is specific, and I'm not going to tie you down to the penny or even the dollar. Just like to know if that $1 million you're talking about is realistic, or if this is more or less than that. Okay. I think, I don't know that we need a motion to direct staff to do this if the committee agrees. Well, let's go ahead and do that. We'll, if I can get a motion from one of the committee members to direct staff to bring back the information that's on the screen right now for our next meeting in February.
I'll do that.
I'll sit. Oh,
Okay.
you don't need a second.
Okay, so we have a motion before us as a committee to direct staff to bring back a draft of an RFI plan for involvement of Utah educators and communities, standard curriculum to example, standard curriculum to example lessons, the assessments, content integration where possible, aligning with Portero graduate and PCBL initiatives. Staff may add additional items and ideas for the committee's review and feedback. Also to include alignment with the social studies standards pre-K through 12, the anticipated cost, and the results of a poll as to who would use the curriculum if it were available. Staff or committee members, please go ahead and vote. Okay, Jenny's got her hand up. Is that a yes? I think so. Okay, it
I
looks
don't
like
know why I
we're
hit that one instead. I apologize.
That's okay. Looks like we're unanimous on that one, Nora Lee, and that'll give staff some good direction. I am going to just a 10-minute break before we wade into our next one. So we'll come back at 10:25 and start with agenda item 4, which is our gender identity guidance document discussion. See you all in 10.
Chair Hansen, would you like for me to start with this document or from the committee memo?
Yeah, I think, let me see what you've got on the committee memo. The one that I have doesn't have the updated action. This one doesn't either.
So, do you want me to start with the updated action? This one right here?
Yeah, why don't we start with that?
Okay, then we'll have all three. Okay.
Okay. And then looking to see if we've got everyone back in. And committee members, if you could just turn on your cameras so we can see that everyone's here. Jenny and Brent. Okay. And Laura, I think I saw her back, so we'll go ahead and get started. Thanks, everyone. We will now get into our item 3 on the agenda. I believe is item 4. Item 4 on the agenda. This is our gender identity guidance document. We've been working on this for some time. We have a draft that's consolidated changes. It also has some draft language that I've inserted in it that we'll be reviewing today. What we're looking for at the end of this meeting, hopefully, at the end of this discussion, is a motion to this effect, that the committee will make available the gender identity guidance document for Utah Public Education for informal public comment for a 10-day period and bring it back to the committee for review during the February Standards and Assessment Committee. So we're at the stage where we'd like to get something out to the community and be able to bring back any of their comments and make sure that those are incorporated before this goes on to the full board. Just as a reminder for folks, our intent in putting this together is really to make sure that we're following the law in our LEAs. And this is a guidance document. This is not a policy. This is not a rule, but make sure that we're giving guidance that is in accordance with the law. We want to ensure that there's consistency in our actions in this area throughout the state. We want to provide legal and other protections for students. We want to protect teachers and make sure that they have clear guidance as to what they should be doing in schools, and also make sure that parents' rights are protected. And then, as was stated in the draft motion, this is not a rule, doesn't have to go out for public comment, but we feel from the extent of the public comment that we've had in various areas on this, that it's appropriate to go out and let the community look at this in more of a finalized state and give us comments so that we can consider that before we move it forward. So that being said, what I would like to do today is start with this draft 3 document that we have. And we'll try to take this section by section as we have some of these in the past, starting with the disclaimer and background sections. I think we can do those together. Let's have discussion on those two. And then when we get to a point where we have consensus, or if we don't have consensus on those items and we've gone long enough that discussion is not fruitful anymore, we'll have a motion and go ahead and move forward through the various sections of this document. So starting with disclaimer and background, do we have any comments, discussion from committee members? Janet, please.
Yes, I just had one question on the background section where it says the last line, I believe, is something about maintaining professional boundaries and private relationships, both in personal friendships and on social media, as outlined in the rule.
Okay, so that's paragraph 2 of the background section.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
I kind of don't understand what that means. I understand the first part, treat all students with respect and fairness, and maintain professional boundaries and private relationships. Or is that a relationship between a student and a teacher?
yes.
Okay.
And if you look at the content of the rule, this is really what we talk about in a lot of our UPAC discussions that are held in private session, where just encouraging here teachers to recognize what appropriate boundaries are and that there shouldn't be any boundary violations.
Okay. Well, with that, I'll make a motion that we approve the disclaimer and the background sections of the document.
Okay. We have a motion then before the committee
Chair.
to adopt those. Do we have
Chair.
discussion to the motion? Yes, sorry.
I have a question. So what we're showing is with everyone's comments on it. So would it be the narrative in black, which was what was there? The narrative in blue is what Chair you had added to it. And then the narrative that's in pink is what Board Member Earl put on there. So when accepting it, which part are we accepting?
I'm sorry. I don't have the pink. I'm just going from what's in our board docs.
Yeah, is that
And
the
so
same
I have-
document, Patty, that's on board docs? Because when I printed that out, I don't have the pink language either and the strikeouts. I just have the black and the blue
So
language.
there was a public view that is in your board docs, and then there was a view that it was a Google Doc view that was sent out by Sybil. And so Sybil sent that out. It should be in an email called gender guidance document, just so that you could have a place to put your comments on. So this was the place that, so it's the exact same as what's in board docs, except for the pink comments that are from Board Member Earl.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'll withdraw the motion because I don't have the pink, and I'm going to have to go fish that out and take a look at it.
Sounds like we do, and I'm sorry that wasn't made clear, or maybe we didn't clearly understand the email that came out. So we'll have to pull that. Board member.
So it would be the same, Board Member Cannon, is what you reviewed, except for if Board Member Earl wanted to have that pink part in there, if she wanted to describe that. So it'd be the same.
Okay, I can't even see what it says, so I think I should see, should know what it says before I'm moving it.
Yeah.
I can
decide how to proceed. I mean, we could keep the motion on the table and Jenny can comment to the motion, I guess, with this. Or Jenny, would you like to explain your revisions?
I
on
wonder
this?
if we could just go through each piece once again, as we've done previously.
We can do that. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize that the document, and I should have realized that, but I didn't realize that we had different documents up. So
Well, I
please-
didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I
go
wish
ahead.
there were a non-messy way to do this, but I don't know how otherwise.
We're
Because
doing things the best we can. And I do recall
Yeah.
that this was put out. I just didn't make the connection that.
Go back to disclaimer, yes?
Yep,
Okay, so
go
a
back up to
disclaimer, the
top.
only recommendations, although it, would be the legal landscape around gender issues in education. And actually, I'm sorry, I could not get my strike through to remove. I would just leave it the way that is right there. The rapidly evolving and and is different from state to state, rapidly evolving and is different from state to state.
Okay.
Okay, and then down at the bottom, I would just add to create an environment for high quality academic success, because that is our objective. That's what I would add to the disclaimer, unless anybody else has comments or is not okay with any of that.
Okay, let's keep that. We'll just do the disclaimer right now and see any discussion to that, making that change to the disclaimer portion of the document. Janet, is your comment on this area?
Oh.
Just the disclaimer right
I'm
now.
sorry, Chair, is my hand up? I'm in the other, I'm
You're in
looking
the other-
for the
Okay.
email from Sybil. I apologize.
Sounds good. We'll go to Laura then.
Chair Hansen?
Chair, I'm just trying to get clarity here. Is the legal landscape around gender issues in education, are we keeping rapidly evolving? I think we are, but she can't fix it. Maybe it won't.
Yeah, that's
There we go.
exactly right. I couldn't,
Okay.
and I apologize. I don't know why I had some difficulty working with the thing, so I apologize.
Mhm.
I actually appreciate these changes. Just thought I'd.
Okay, that's all I have there.
Okay. Any other comments? Doesn't look like it. We'll go ahead then and vote on this section. So if I can have a motion, I guess I shouldn't be making the motions, just a motion to accept this as amended on the
So
disclaimer.
moved, Chair.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the disclaimer portion of the draft 3 gender identity document as amended. Committee members, please vote. Okay, I'm not seeing Brent's vote. Do you see that? There we go.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, yep, looks like we are unanimous there. Is that what you see, Nora Lee?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll move then to background. Okay, and it looks like the comments we have are from Board Member Earl. Do you want to explain?
I can, there's 2 sentences there that say the exact same thing as the first sentence. We talk about respectful school climate, trust, accommodations, and then we say it responsible for maintaining a respectful dignity for all. And then once again, we go on to say it again, safe and respectful for all students. I think we say that in the top. I think we can concisely, we can remove those, and then just, as is the case with all students, emphasis and effort should be put in place to ensure that no student is discriminated against or harassed in any manner. Such mistreatment could result in criminal charges and/or legal justification for lawsuits. And then I would make one more recommendation on this particular paragraph. I think we don't want to I think after boundaries in the blue, I think we just leave it at that and have the code instead of saying in private relationships, because really they should be maintaining professional boundaries at all times, whether it's private or engaging in the classroom. Those are still, we shouldn't categorize it as specific. In this case, you should maintain professionalism, but in these other cases, maybe not. Does that make sense? So I would strike after the everything after boundaries, except for including the law or the code or the rule, I mean, sorry.
Okay, and I actually think that comment came from one of your earlier ones that was just moved into this section. Okay.
No, it did, all of it except for, like I said, I just, as I went back over it, I just felt like, and
okay. Yeah, the more times we look at this, the more we refine what we're thinking of that. Okay. Any comments on those suggested revisions? Board Member Straight.
So I noticed that you have R277-217 as the reference for that statement. Is that the bullying rule?
I don't think so.
No, it's not the bullying rule. It has to do with professional educator professional practices, if I'm remembering correctly.
Professional standards for educators,
Yeah.
something like that is the title of it, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think there's some valid reasons to keep that last part. People live in a community, and sometimes we need to be reminded, because being in the community, we often cross paths with students. There's usually several layers of sociality between teachers and their students in the community, as well as at school, athletics, different things. So that social media part and private relationships and personal friendships, I think they all play into that. Now I could be convinced that we remove that, but I do think that educators are in a unique position in regards to their connection to the community as a whole.
What if we were to put professional boundaries, including in private relationships, both in personal friendships and in, so I think professional boundaries is probably bigger than just the private relationships.
Yeah,
but
that's what my concern was. So
Yeah,
however,
so
I
what
don't
if
have
we
to
did
do
that? Because that would give us the reminder as well. We have seen, I think in some of our UPAC work, we've seen those social media issues being kind of a something that should be focused on, I think. Brian, you've got your hand up. Is that on this one?
Yes, sir. They're right. What we're looking at there, the sentence, it says, as is the case with all students, emphasis and effort should be put in place. That's passive voice. I would recommend we change that emphasis and effort to schools should ensure that no student is discriminated.
Okay.
It's a little more concise. And no, well, not the whole thing. Just start at emphasis and effort should be put in place, and strike that and add in schools should. Yeah, so strike emphasis and effort should be put in place. I would just say be more concise, say schools should.
Any objection to that, Jenny? That was your language.
No,
I agree that active voice is probably better than passive in a guidance document like this. So schools should ensure.
Yeah, the be put in place seems a little wordy.
No, I think it's just, I do think there needs to just be a strong statement there.
There you go.
Okay.
Right there.
So.
Okay, then, Brian, what about criminal charges or legal justification for lawsuit? And I guess that's true. Harassment could result in criminal charges.
Yeah, that is true. It's
legal justification.
Yeah, I would include that.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments on these edits? Are we ready to have a motion to adopt the background section? Oh, I just one comment, I guess, for staff. This is more editorial. If we, and I think R277 is just included in the statement, but for consistency, if we're going to go with footnotes, let's footnote all the references instead of embedding them in the document. R277, that one's fine. The way it's worded, it's fine just to have it called out like that. But in other places, I think that we have some embedded references and some footnotes now. When we go to the next section, you'll see that. Okay. We ready? I am taking a hand from Brent.
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Okay, please do.
So I move that we adopt the background section of the gender.
Chair Hansen.
Yes, sorry.
I'm so sorry. This is only a part of it. If we scroll down, there is also all of this that is within that same section. So that was only one piece of that section.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure that you knew what you were.
No, we'll need your help from the driver's seat to make sure that we're including all of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So let's look at the rest of that, Jenny, and you can tell us.
So just that paragraph there, if we're going to do definitions, then let's do definitions. This to me seems wordy and not necessary and maybe even repetitive in some ways. So we need to, if we're going to construct some definitions, which I think we do at the end, is that accurate? Then we need to do.
Yeah, actually, I have a suggestion that the definition should just refer out to we should just have a referral to our definitions document that we're working on, right? We just adopted 9 and we've got more that are coming. So any words that need to be defined, we could push off to that. What does that do to this?
We'll try and decide. If you choose not to do that, then we need to get some clarification language in here.
Chair Hansen, that would delete that comment that is already struck through by Board Member Earl. So it would delete that, and then that would just be added to the educational equity definitions.
Yeah, let's go back up to the top though, because I'm not sure that all of this is definition. So gender identity, that's certainly definition, right? That would be included in the separate document. What happens when we go down below? We refer to parents up above, and that definition I think belongs in this document because we're expanding parents as the law does to guardians and people who are acting in parental roles. But then we come down here, schools should accept. It's important for this document, I think, to note that schools should accept a student's consistently asserted gender identity even if the gender identity is different from the sex assigned at birth, or it could say the sex noted on official school records, maybe. But that I don't know is a definition. That's guidance to the school, right?
Is that stated somewhere else though within our document? That's the other thing, is the duplication of items within our document. And then we have to then clarify, what does it mean for a student consistently asserted gender identity? What does that even mean? Because that is relevant to the whole, to several other pieces within here. Do we have, so when we say consistently asserted, are we really saying consistently asserted, or are we saying something else? That's my question.
I think that we attempt to clarify that by saying consistent assertion involves more than a casual declaration, but it doesn't require substantiating evidence. So at some point, there's some discretion of the educator that would say, yeah, this has been, for a period of time, this child has been asserting a gender identity and hasn't been back and forth. It can't change from week to week. It needs to be consistent so that we can set up proper guidelines and proper instruction to teachers on what accommodations need to be made for that student.
So there's two areas we could refer for that. There's just a suggestion. We can either go to Utah's anti-discrimination law. You can go to the DSM-5. They have items in there that create that. We can even use elements of our sports, UHS, what is it? USHAS. Okay, all right, the acronym, you know what I'm talking about.
UHSAA.
They have quantifiable, usable information. This does not give us that at all. You're saying maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, or maybe, I'm not sure that is clarifying information for districts. And if we don't want clarifying information, then we need to let them know that. But there is no way to understand this as an educator or as an administrator as what consistently asserted gender identity is, without giving some framework for that to be looked at in.
Jenny, that's the language that the courts use. It's for religion, they say sincerely held belief, and for gender identity, it seems like consistent assertion is the terminology that's being used, which means
what does that mean then?
Well,
which is great. What does that mean?
It's determined by the educators that it's not something that's just a passing thing, that it's being done on a consistent basis and not for an improper purpose. But at some point, the administration is going to have to make a determination as to what's consistent. And Brian can maybe help us. I don't think that legally there's any real definition as to that. It just, by the circumstances, it's consistently been asserted.
Courts haven't quantified that. They haven't provided the quantification. Remember, Earl, that you're asking for. So I think they do leave it up to some interpretation by schools. And that's just where courts have landed.
And so our law, even though courts haven't landed anywhere, our law has, right? With anti-discrimination, they've broken things out. So would our law not be relevant here? I'm just wondering.
Do you have a site for us? Can you tell us where we're looking?
I can look it up. Just a second.
I think we have most of that at the end of this document, but if you can help us get there. But while you're looking that up, Jenny, maybe we can go back on this to the top. And we should be consistent in our definitions. So if we're defining something here and then trying to define it again another place, we don't want to have a conflict at all. So
do we need to build a couple examples into this section?
I think that may be the next. Yeah, let's try and get this language, and then I think that's a good suggestion to add some examples.
So it'd be Utah Code 3455. If you give me a second, I can see it. Under definitions, it talks about gender identity. And then it says it's from the diagnostic or the DSM-5. A person's gender identity can be shown by providing evidence, including, but not limited to medical history, care of, or treatment of the gender identity, consistent and uniform assertion of the gender identity. So there's a little bit of that language there, right? Or other evidence that the gender identity is sincerely held part of a person's core identity and not being asserted for an improper purpose. So there's at least some framework there.
What's that statute?
I'm looking at 34A 5101, and down under definitions, it's O. So, and yeah, I-O under 1.
Sorry, give that site again, Jenny.
Sure, it's
35A.
34A 5101.
Mm-hmm.
At least it's creating a little bit of legal framework for the state of Utah.
So let's put a footnote to that where we talk about consistent assertion. Let's footnote to that.
Did you find it?
Yeah, it's 102, not 101, but yeah, I did find it.
It's 102. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, you're right. I was looking at the top of the page. That's the previous section. I apologize.
Is there any way we can have chat enabled here? It looks like it's disabled. Do we have?
I don't know that we can do that anymore in public meetings. It was supposed to be disabled, I think. So if we can add a citation to
Chair.
that, I think that's the consistent assertion. I think that'd be good. Yes, please.
If Brian sends it to me, I can actually send it. I'm the only one who can chat. And so if he sends it, he can't send it to me. So
I can I'll email it to you, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll just put a note in there to add a citation to we can read it off. 35A-5-1021. O.
Allows districts now to have a framework at least to look through. The other definition here that I think we need to come to a consensus on is, are we using the term, oh, sorry, I got to go back to my page. We use a variety of terms. I want a term that parents are going to understand as much as advocacy groups, right? We've got a variety of terms in here. We use cisgender, we use assigned at birth, biological sex. I think we need to decide what we're going to refer to that as and which one gives the clearest, concise.
My suggestion on that one, on the assigned at birth and biological sex, is that we, for the purpose of this rule, say differs from the sex on official school records, sex noted on official school records. Would that clarify things if we were to do that?
It just depends on the context of each item. So it depends on how you're using it, because sometimes we frame it here in a way that biological, unless you're going to write that whole thing out, but then that it doesn't really add clarity to some of the pieces.
Okay,
So sex may be necessary.
If I can ask staff, maybe Holly, to help us with sex assigned at birth versus biological sex. My understanding is that those are synonymous, and if we could fix on one of those, we could, but I know that there's a lot of nuanced discussion that goes on through these communities, so maybe Holly can help us with that.
Sure. Holly Bell, USBE Student and Family Rights Specialist. My pronouns are she, they. And there was a case in Utah, and I need to pull that up, where they talked about the insufficiency of biological sex to capture this. And the preference is sex assigned at birth or assigned sex at birth, or natal sex or birth sex. So I would need to pull up that law, basically that biological sex doesn't capture some of the behavioral and psychological associations.
Okay.
Talking about sex.
I would prefer natal sex then, or something like that versus.
I'm not sure that natal sex is so commonly understood either. That's not one that you hear often.
Well, neither is assigned at birth. I think that one's fairly
Assigned at birth makes sense, though, as far as from a common person, I'm a common person. That makes
It
more
doesn't-
sense than the others.
Sorry, Brent. Why doesn't biological sex? Because you're biologically born something, and then there may be different pieces that come from out or within later. Help me.
That's, we can go back to Holly, but I believe that, and there is some nuanced discussion going on as I've looked at this about how that, what that captures. But Holly, you're saying there's an actual court case where that was not used or deemed not to be the proper usage?
So where's that?
Yes, and I can.
So we can read.
And can you hear me? I seem to be breaking up on my end.
You're okay. We can hear you now.
Okay. All right. Well, give me a second and I'll pull up the direct quote from that and that citation. Okay. So this is in Sex Change of Childers, Gray, and Rice, and that's 2021. And in paragraph 86, it states, it is worth noting that while the 9 dictionary definitions of sex provided by the dissent have some focus on physiological differences between males and females, many definitions focus also on psychological, behavioral, or character differences, which are not necessarily tied exclusively to physiology or observable characteristics at birth. At the very least, biological sex itself is ambiguous and may mean more than the sex designated by examination at birth.
Okay, is that, I'm sorry, I didn't get what, it's a new case, but is that, what state's that from? Where is it from?
Utah.
That's a Utah case. Okay.
So that's what they argued, or that's what the court ruled? I'm unclear.
Yeah, it says, it sounds like a court ruling because they're citing back to the other party, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's a response. What's the title of the document, Holly, that you're reading? Is it a ruling and an order?
Yes, I need to pull up the actual document. This had to do with driver's license records change.
Can you just give us the full citation on that? And then I think what we're going to do is make a note on this one, and then we can come back to it after we have a chance to look at that. But
I'll footnote that somewhere. Would you like me to do that in the document?
Okay, yeah, that's
Apparently,
fine.
I just wanted the reference for it to see if we do want to use it or not.
Reference, we can look it up.
Holly, you have access to this gender guidance document. Can you just put it as a comment on the side? Then everyone will be able to have it since chat is not enabled.
Yes. I'll just put it. Can you see where I'm at on the document?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I might try my other Wi-Fi. Did it enter?
Don't see anything on the document, Holly.
Okay.
Maybe she could turn off her camera too. That may help.
I'm going to try that.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get that in. It sounds like, I mean, we'll check with this reference, but it sounds like the preferred term of art here is sex assigned at birth. That's the most commonly heard one, at least that I know of, other than biological sex, which sounds like there's an issue with that one.
Maybe. Biological sex, depending on who you're talking to and whose philosophical views.
So I'm just saying, if we have a court case that says that that doesn't express the nuances of it, then we ought to go with that. Is there an issue with sex assigned at birth?
Well, you're going to have non-binaries, and which is fine, but that isn't an assigned sex at birth.
I think it actually goes back to the school records thing that I was talking about. That whatever the doctor puts on the birth certificate is the sex assigned at birth, right?
Could be non-binary.
I don't know what happens on birth certificates when that happens. I mean, intersex.
I don't know.
So I think that is the common definition that is used, but Holly's
Sure.
back with us, I guess.
Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please.
So non-binary is related to gender identity. So we're talking about sex, which would be female, male, or intersex. So they would not enter non-binary on a birth certificate.
Okay, so intersex. And what I'm saying is it's not a male or female on a birth certificate.
Well, I've not seen any birth certificates with intersex, but those would be physical characteristics that are ambiguous, whether it be physiological in the chromosomal level or on what, non or genitalia that might be ambiguous or have male and female, but that's not gender identity, which is what is associated with being a non-binary identity is gender, not sex.
Well, I know Washington State allows non-binary or something else. Excuse my ignorance on that one.
Oh, you're fine, but it would be related to an individual that might be intersex. And that's as far as what's related to what the physician would note on a birth certificate, not necessarily what they might put on a driver's license as far as gender, if they have some kind of something like that. But you would never see non-binary because that's gender identity.
Okay, so I have never seen a birth certificate that says intersex or a driver's license. I'm not sure that there isn't one out there, but I think that for the purposes of this document, it seems that the term of art would be sex assigned at birth.
I mean, that's still, I, for the sake of this discussion here, I mean, my daughter's expecting and she has not given birth to a child and we know what sex it is. So it's not the doctor assigning at birth. Biologically, her body is growing a certain way. And so I'm not sure that catches the full narrative here either. This idea that someone's going to assign you when you are born. So
again, we're back to the suggestion about school records. So the sex shown on official school records, would that solve some of the issues that we're having right now?
Except as we get further in examples, we choose to give examples. We choose to give examples that relate to biological sex, or that that children are born with. So if we're not going to give examples with that, then that's fine. Then we don't need to carry on this narrative. But if we are going to give examples, then we have to be clear. What is it then? Anyways, so
let's look at the context.
Into this.
Let's look at the context of this. So we have a student that is asking for accommodations because they were assigned as one gender at birth and they want to take on a different pronoun. They want to so that's what we're dealing with. So they're assigned, it's on their certificate, it's on their school record, and they want to be treated differently. They want a different name or whatever. So
later on in the document, we refer to it differently. And that's why I'm saying, how are we going to be consistent? Or are we using it different ways?
Well, we should be consistent. And I think that's the same thing that Chair Hansen was talking about is, yeah, I think we need to be consistent.
Okay. We need to move forward and not just get hung up on this one item. If we were to adopt this language with either sex assigned at birth or sex noted on official school records, then we can move forward and look at consistency. But I don't know that this is productive right now. We're just stalled out. So we need to move things forward. Holly, excuse me, not Holly, but Patty, could you please email out that document so that we can look at it on our own screens, this document that we're looking at? I know that it went out before. I'm not finding it easily in my email.
I think it came from Sybil.
It came from Sybil, not from Norley. That will help.
Yeah, I will.
I looked for it from Sybil. I didn't find it from Sybil. I saw Holly Bell had sent a Google Doc. I can't get access to the Google Doc. I have to request access to get it.
It's from,
Oh, yeah, that's the one Holly sent. Sorry.
it's from Sybil on the 11th. Okay, we've got it up now, at least. I think I've got it here. No. Doesn't show these comments still. Okay, we'll do the best we can with this.
Chair Hansen, I have a question. I apologize.
Please.
It's actually, I think it's up in the next piece of this, and it's where it's talking about our transgender children. Oh, right there. It says number 3 now, but I think it's number 2. Transgender and gender non-conforming. It's in the black on the screen, and it has a number 3. Where is that? What is that?
Footnote at the bottom.
I know, what is that footnote? I couldn't find it.
It's footnoted to some studies that would document that.
Okay, so it's a study. It's not necessarily law or case law, correct?
No, those are studies, peer-reviewed studies. Staff has gone through and they're peer-reviewed studies that show what we have documented in the text.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that study, but I do that. It seems like that we're saying that our sweet transgender children are more likely to have reduced academic achievement, absenteeism than maybe some of our other students at risk. Even though that isn't what it says, it gives me pause. Just comment.
Is there some wording that you would like? Well, let's deal with what we're doing right now, and then we'll move down to
Sorry,
that.
Chair. Sorry.
Change, we'll do that. Okay. If we can get, I'm sorry, whoever's driving, you can go up to the page above so we can see what we have there. All the way up to the top of the section. Okay, so for background, I think that haven't had any comments yet down through paragraph 2. On paragraph 3, we have in recent years, more students have been expressing as transgender and non-conforming. That doesn't read right. If we're going to adopt that, that sentence needs to be reworked. In recent years, more students have been expressing as transgender and gender non-conforming, so identities should be chopped out then. We can take identities out.
Can you make the text a little bigger so we can see it? Thank you.
Okay. So to make that sentence read right, in recent years, more students have been expressing as transgender and gender non-conforming. And then identities would come out. Is that right? And requesting support in school. In addition, more parents have been requesting that schools recognize and accommodate the needs of their transgender, gender non-conforming children. Are we as a committee okay with that sentence with the amendments that have been made?
I am okay.
Okay. Anybody? Jenny, is your hand up on that paragraph?
Sorry, I had someone call me real quick. Which sentence are we looking at? I apologize.
We're at the one that's that highlighted in blue on your screen.
Okay. Yep. I'm good with that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. The next one, then we're at the bottom of the screen. And we've taken out the definition of gender identity because that's going to be somewhere else, referenced somewhere else. Schools, but hold on, go back up, please. So we've also stricken right here, schools should accept a student's consistently asserted gender identity, even if the gender identity, that part, I don't think we can strike. That's direction to the schools, that's not definition. So we need to deal with that sentence. If we can get rid of the strikeout.
Should we
And
take
That's
out
where
the
we
word
got hung
should?
up, Chair. I think that's where we got hung up again.
Yep, so now we're down to the sex assigned at birth, which is what we need to resolve here. So schools should accept that students consistently assert a gender identity. I think we're past that, and we were going to footnote the consistently asserted because that's the first time it appears in the document. So right there, we'll footnote that to that section of the code. Right?
So Chair, you're okay with that? I highlighted in yellow and it's footnote 2, what everyone was talking, and just added that in if just to let everyone know.
All right, that sounds good. So we need to resolve that sex assigned at birth portion of it. Personally, I'm okay with that language. I think that's in the vernacular. It's commonly appears in literature when we're looking at these topics. Is there another suggestion or something that the committee would be more comfortable with?
I guess one of the things, I understand the point, using the word assigned means it's not like a real designation. I guess that's probably where the hookup is. I don't, in my mind, take it that far, but we need to be consistent with our definitions. So I guess
I would think the definition consists of assigned at birth would be the sex noted on a birth certificate.
Wouldn't it be sex at birth?
But they really don't break down. I mean, they only break down 2 genders in the state of Utah, right?
Yes.
They don't, if someone has an XYY chromosome or Jacob's syndrome, they don't identify that on a birth certificate. If someone
I don't believe so, and I believe, at least from my review of the other documents that are out there in this space, the other policy or guidance documents that we looked at, sex assigned at birth is consistently used. Maybe those others who have read through those, am I making a true statement? I mean, I have read all those at various times. I think that language is used in this area.
Well, and some parents are not assigning, if you want to talk assigning anything at birth, but that's not what's on the birth certificate. Some parents are choosing not to correlate anything with gender at birth. And
have we run into that problem with our schools as far as school records? Because our school records policy says that the sex of the child will be noted as spelled out on the birth certificate. And I haven't seen
I think they're referred to as babies. There are areas in Utah that we have that. But what I'm saying is when you're talking assign, once again, so.
Okay. Well, if we can get some legal direction on this, that would help me greatly.
Okay, Brian, can you help us to comment on this? Is this terminology what's used in the other policy or guidance documents that we've looked at? Can someone confirm that that's the case?
Is it what's used in, do we have anything within law that it identifies this as probably the more accurate thing, not what are other states doing, unless it's something we're compelled to do. And I was looking down our discrimination law. I thought it had something on sex in there, but I did not find it right offhand.
So, Chair, can you frame the issue?
Let me propose this, Brian, sorry, because I think that puts you in a tough spot. I'm going to propose that we adopt this with sex assigned at birth in it. And then we have 10 days of public comment. And we have a chance to look back at this. We'll hear, I believe, from all involved communities and interested people, and maybe we'll be able to sort things out a little bit better. That will give us some time to do some of this homework. I'm sorry, but didn't anticipate, a big discussion on this and haven't done a lot of homework on my own. But could we do that to move it forward? Could we accept it with this terminology and then take comments?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, let's let's see if we can get through the rest of this and make a motion for the whole thing. Should we, Brent?
Okay, that's great.
So next we have the consistent assertion. We're going to footnote that. I don't know that we need to strike that sentence behind it. And I'm, again, open to committee input, but
well, it depends. If you're going to use our definition that's in law, then it clarifies this and it's not necessary.
I think it may clarify, but I think that adds some context to it and helps, you know, in the reading of this, it says, hey, a consistent assertion is not just a casual declaration. Here's all the detail in the law. But I don't know that we just want to cite to the law and leave it at that and not have the person understanding it unless they go down and read clear through all the footnotes.
Karen, I would agree, and that as cited there in footnote 2, that definition is it can be shown, not that it must be shown. And so I think to add to that sentence behind or after the footnote is still helpful. It doesn't conflict.
Okay. Any other, Patty, you've got your hand
Yeah,
up.
Chair. I just went back through the documents that were uploaded into the backups, and it was a state comparison. And I noted that Illinois, Virginia, and New Jersey use sex assigned at birth.
Okay, thank you. That helps. But this sentence then, Jenny, does that sway you at all?
No, it doesn't, but you can move on. The reason why is you're saying nor any required minimum duration of express gender, which once again goes back to then it doesn't, it could be, you're saying consistent, but you're saying you can't, there is no consistency, right? I mean,
No,
it's
we're
counter argumentary.
Yeah, what I think we're saying is that we trust our school administrators who are designated to deal with this to determine whether it's consistently held, consistently asserted or not. And they have this as guidance, but they're going to have to make a judgment call on whether it's a consistent assertion. And I think that's where the law
Well, you
is.
guys you can decide. I'm feeling like it's now creates more ambiguity. We can use the definition. I think it clarifies, but then this creates but I don't have to agree.
Okay, no,
I don't agree. I don't agree.
We're trying to have the discussion. So I would propose then that we undo that strikeout and leave that sentence in. But keep the footnote.
I just want to put in my 2 cents. I agree that this sentence is confusing because it's ambiguous, as Jenny said. If we just said it does not necessarily require any substantiating evidence, period, but that nor any required minimum duration of expressed gender identity, I think really muddies the waters.
Okay. So to clarify it, would that help Jenny and Janet to strike that part of the sentence?
It would help me.
It's
Okay,
getting,
Jenny?
yeah.
Get us closer to what you think would be good.
Well, it's just an assertion, and then you say but whatever that would be, whatever you think it's going to be is what it is. So that doesn't, it's counter. So yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Well, we've added the definition down below, which provides more detail. Okay, let's look at the next paragraph there. Transgender and gender nonconforming students are often at greater risk. Laura, you had comments on that. We do footnote to those studies. They have risk in these various areas. We also had added previously that they present, that many of them present with co-occurring mental health conditions, depression, anxiety, suicidality. And then there's some additional language. Do you want to comment on that, Jenny?
Yeah, there are several organizations that have just put out, if parents with parental involvement and family support, it's one of the greatest factors that helps with these children to actually counter the very things that are creating some of the most significant risks and problems. So
Any comments from committee members? Laura?
Yes, Chair, after the footnote, I think that's a statement and I don't think that we should put that in there unless that's still part of the study.
Sorry, which part? The pink?
Where you start with transgender and then you go to the footnote and then it says many of these students also present. So is that a comment? Is that a commentary or is that part of the study? Because the
it is
footnote
part
should
of
come
a
after that.
separate study. That was what I included earlier. So
Yep, that's not part of the ones that are referenced below. That's another, I don't know that we have a source on it, but we added that before as part of our discussion. I think that was brought up by Member Earl.
and I can provide a reference for that.
Well, if you have a reference, I'd like to have that.
Okay, so add a footnote there.
Yes, if there is.
I think there are numerous studies that can be documented. So
I
think
can,
that-
yeah. And I can send this on. I'll just make a note of it because if I try to find it right now, it'll be.
That's fine. So can we, staff, whoever's driving here, is that you, Patty or Holly? Who's got it?
Jeff has it right now.
Okay, Jeff, could you, where it says suicidality up above? Depression, anxiety, and suicidality. We just want to make a note to add a footnote there.
It's the second sentence in the block, Jeff. Many of these students. Keep going down, dropping out, keep going across. Yeah.
I want to point at my screen and show you where it is, but that doesn't work too well.
Oh, I did. I
Sorry,
pointed
thank
at my
you.
screen. It was very helpful.
Okay, footnote right there. Okay, and then comments to the pink below that. Laura, you've got your hand up. Okay,
I'm fine with the pink, actually.
Okay, I have some questions about that. First, saying that all current data and statistics, I think, is probably not a good thing to do because I'm sure there's another study that shows something else. But I think that we, could make a statement starting down below that parental involvement and family support is an important resource for a child experiencing transgender ideology and other gender nonconformance. So we could I would propose that we delete everything down to parental involvement. Just make this kind of parallel with what we have above. So parental involvement and family support is an important resource instead of the single most, because every time we make a statement like that, somebody can come up with something else that says, here's another one, is an important, so cut most, an important resource for a child experiencing transgender ideology, other gender nonconformance. And I don't know if we use other. So I think important resource for we should have the same terminology for a transgender child, transgender or gender nonconforming child. I don't know if we use child or student in this document all the way through. That should be consistent. And then I think we can cite the study with a footnote, but I don't know that we should call out the 52%. We didn't call out percentages up above. But I think that would get the message across. And we emphasize that elsewhere in the document, parental involvement.
I would agree with that. I feel like, yeah.
Would that be
I feel
okay?
like
Parallel to what we have above?
Yes, it cleans it up, I think, but I do think a reference would be appropriate. So,
okay, yeah, we can cite, so add a footnote on that. I don't think we say other gender nonconformance. So we use language where it says transgender or gender nonconforming. We should be consistent with that.
And Chair, can we change the word resource to factor? Resource seems to not fit. Parental involvement, family support is an important resource, or is it an important factor?
Actually, it'd be a support.
Or support important.
We say family support.
Yeah, I go with some, well, yeah, support.
You could put protective factor, that's a term we use.
Yeah, protective factor, yeah. For students, for transgender or gender nonconforming students. Let's say that. So not experiencing, so it's for transgender or gender nonconforming students.
Someone may need to correct me here, but we typically say student and then the descriptor to make it student first language throughout all of our different documents.
Yeah, look up above and let's just say it the same. So look, well, you can look down below on the same page. Below the pink, it says transgender and gender nonconforming students. So that's, I think that's what we've done consistently in the document, Jeff, but that can be cleaned up as well later. Yeah.
Chair Hansen, we have Superintendent Dixon who has her hand raised.
Oh, thank you. Let's get this one piece on there, I think the way that we're talking about, and then we'll go to you, Superintendent.
Just in relation to student first language, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that would be a rewrite on a lot of what's in here. So, you know, to come in at this stage and change all of that, that might be what we do after the meeting. I'm not sure. How would you propose then, Superintendent, that be done? Because I think we've been consistent with what's written down below the pink.
We've just had a concerted effort over the last few years, and something I'm pretty adamant about with staff, that we use student first language so that students don't have labels. So the way you have that.
So how would that be worded?
An important protective factor for a student who is transgender or non-gender conforming. So it's always student first and then whatever this situation is. So we, instead of saying, you know, economically disadvantaged students, we try to say students who are economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities.
Yeah.
Students
so
who are.
Patty, stop up there above. Don't change the one that you're changing. Let's deal with the one that we're on, and then we'll go back and look at those.
Those would be non-substantive changes, sir, that we could just go back and clean up.
Parental involvement, family support is important factor for a student who is transgender, or for students who are. We got to, I think we're plural in most cases too in this. So students who are, and then if we go up above, Patty, the one you were looking at, we'd have to put the same. So students who are transgender or gender nonconforming are often at greater risk. And then we will ask staff to, if there's no objection from the committee, make those changes throughout. Laura, you've got your hand up.
I do, Chair. I'm just trying to make sure that we get this right again, like Hugh. Should we be using continually transgender and gender nonconforming? Or is there something else maybe Holly knows about that we should, do we keep separating transgender from gender nonconforming?
Holly's been integrally involved in drafting this document. And I won't answer for her, but I believe that's the language that she feels.
Just looking for clarity. And are there other labels we should be putting, or is gender nonconforming all collective?
Okay, Holly, please.
Sure, happy to respond. So I put transgender and gender nonconforming because that is the terminology used in the research that we've cited in regards to Pollitt et al. I thought that would be consistent. And when we're talking about different gender identities, this also takes into account those students who their gender expression might be different or might be different than social norms. So when we're talking about dress codes, and if we have a student who is on record as male, but that is wearing a dress to school that conforms with dress code. So gender nonconforming would be more of their expression. And so gender nonconforming can encompass those identities that are not traditionally aligning with either social norms or their sex assigned at birth. Does that make sense?
Chair, kind of. Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Kind of, because we specifically stated a transgender, but you may have a gay student who also isn't necessarily gender non-conforming, but they also aren't transgender. So that's what I'm just asking, that we're not missing something. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
And if truly, I'm sorry,
Holly.
if you truly wanted me to get into the definition of transgender as an umbrella to gender identity, I can do that, but it's a longer discussion. But transgender is actually an umbrella term for non.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I needed. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Brian, just go ahead quickly and then we'll
10 seconds. The very first use of transgender or gender nonconforming in this document would be on page 1. We could drop a footnote and define it, and then thereafter just refer to transgender only, so that brevity of words, number 1, number 2, that we're clear exactly what we mean by that is an idea.
Okay, we are going to have a separate definitions document as well that I think deals with this in more detail. Can we leave that for cleanup afterwards, because the whole document
Absolutely
right now. So we'll leave that, but I understand we could just define transgender like we did parents to be more expansive and cover all those. The line where it says these statistics show a 52% decrease, I would propose that we strike the specifics. So I think parental involvement is an important protective factor for students who are gender nonconforming. I'd propose that we strike that, or at least strike the numbers that are in it, because we don't want to be arguing about the study that we have cited. We just want to, like we have above, said students are at greater risk in these areas.
I think kind of like what Scott said. I think removing the numbers and just articulating that these are the things we're seeing in association with this is important.
So a deletion then of that sentence that's in blue, Jenny, would be?
Well, I do think it matches what's up above. Well, if you did, these statistics show a decrease in suicidal thoughts, decrease in suicide attempts, reduction in likeliness, and then just reference the items. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Down below. So not strike the whole thing.
I understood that the footnote would refer back to this study that we're striking out in specifically. So if somebody wanted to go and look deeper into that, they'd be able to. Isn't that what the footnote before the sentence is going to do?
Then I wonder if we include just a couple of those significant items, for example, suicide attempts and suicidal thoughts, in maybe the sentence above then.
An important protective factor.
Yeah, what is the footnote after gender nonconforming referring to? What will that footnote be?
The research below, or the sites below.
Yeah, isn't that what we're striking out in these next 4 sentences?
Well, maybe it could be parental involvement and family support is an important protective factor. And then put the decrease in suicidal thoughts, decrease in suicidal thoughts and attempts for students who are transgender or gender nonconforming, and then the rest of that go under the footnote, just reference.
So Jenny, if I take that thought process and say an important protective factor against suicide, homelessness, and psychological distress.
Yeah, that would probably summarize that.
Okay.
Well.
So just suicide,
homelessness,
and psychological distress. And then the footnote. And then we strike the one that has the percentages in it and everything from there. Okay. Oh, footnote. put back the part that said add footnote. All right. Are we making progress? I hope so. Laura, hands up again. Nope, okay. So now we're down at the line that says to mitigate. Jenny, do you want to explain that part of it?
Yeah. Once again, we're reciting, and maybe that we're doing it twice here, but the same items that we just cited up above. And that we had almost 3 sentences in a row that said almost the exact same thing. This would be the 4th. Utah schools need to take a firm stance on healthy, supportive, gender nonconforming, however we're going to term that, students, or reverse that, students who are gender nonconforming, which includes the inclusion of parents at every level of decision-making and progression. Through collaboration with parents, school officials, and qualified professionals, combined with, and I remove comprehensive, clear policies, and sorry, I lost my line here, implementation plans, students who are gender or gender nonconforming will have an equal opportunity to, anyways, you can read the rest of it there. So just trying to clean that up with the collaboration of those individuals with a clear policy, so that everyone understands what's available, will help with that academic success.
So you're thinking that the one that's stricken is redundant, right? You say that we said that above somewhere.
Yeah, we've said it 3 times. This is the 4th.
Okay.
And then we articulate the collaboration down in this next sentence, which was there before. So it was a duplication there. I just think it's important that we take a strong stance on a healthy, supportive, gender nonconforming students, which includes.
Okay, I think below we talk in detail about the parental involvement and when that's appropriate, when it's not appropriate or might not be appropriate. And we have language there about the presumption of parental involvement. So I think that would be duplicative to, add it in here, and particularly to say, what's a firm stance and what's every level of decision making. I don't know that I could make those blanket statements. I think that we try to spell that out down below in the other areas.
So you're saying none of this paragraph is necessary? Is that what I'm?
Maybe we don't need any of this. Just start it through collaboration with parents, school officials, and qualified collaboration of students. Collaboration with students, parents, school officials, and qualified professionals, combined with clear policies and implementation plans.
I like that, Chair, except we don't have the word students in there.
Yeah, students is down below. It says students who are transgender or gender nonconforming will have, I think it should be will instead of with, but what if we were to strike everything down to through?
I agree with that, but as you read it, you kept saying students.
Yeah, I added students in there, and so maybe that needs to be added there. It's written down below. It says through this collaboration, students will have an equal opportunity.
Okay, I'm great with that. Thanks.
How does it read now? Do you want to add students up above too, or do we need it?
Don't need it.
Okay, are we okay with that sentence then? Okay, let's go to a motion, Brent. You were ready before, you're still ready, aren't you?
Yeah, it took me back. I don't know what to say. All right. So I like the general tone, even though we still have the one issue still kind of up in the air. The general tone of this is I think exactly where it needs to be. So I move that this is the background. Okay. Oh, I've lost my wording. I move that we move to the full board the gender identity guidance under the background section of this document. Is that good?
I think that what we want to do is accept it for public comment. I think.
Oh, that's right. Before, because it's coming back to us.
Yeah.
That we accept the background section of this document and move it forward to public comment.
Okay. We have a motion then before the committee that we accept the background section of the document as amended, and with the, well, as amended, and send that out for 10-day public comment to come back to the committee in February. Committee members, please vote.
I'm in for public comment on the correct language, so.
I think we're all on board. Yeah, and we'll get public comment on that part of it. I think that's what we decided, Jenny, is to.
Chair Hansen, question?
Please.
Well, thank you. Just for clarity, we're not going to send this out in pieces, are we?
No.
Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
But we need to get it locked down piece by piece because we might not finish today. I'm hoping that we do. We're trying.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
All right. Yes, it will send out a completed document when we. Okay, dress and grooming standards. We have a few things from Jenny.
You want me to address those first?
Yep, let's do that. We'll just go through that first paragraph.
Okay, let's see, dress codes and grooming standards should encompass reasonable and clear language, and then accommodate all students regardless of gender or stereotype. The reason why I don't think we should be just saying everything should be non-gendered. We should I just think that we should accommodate whatever the anyways, what I put there. And then down further.
Let's talk about that one. Can you
Sure.
explain to us why that's different? I think I want to hear Brian's comments on the legal aspects of that in just a minute, but why the change?
I just think that this idea that not gender specific, I don't know any reason why we can't have gender specific and yet still allow for those for people to vary in their own decision. Kids have always, and adults have too, choice of dress color, right? Or flare or not flare, or shoes or not shoes, whatever. I just think that saying that we need to, it feels like we're saying we don't want any gender, we don't want to recognize any gender in school, where I think the opposite of that is true. We don't mind if kids identify as a gender. Anyways, I just think this is clear language, accommodate that adds or accommodates all students regardless of gender or stereotype.
So Jenny, just let me ask a question. Now we've got Janet and Laura. So looking at example 1, how would the proposed language mesh with that? So a student who appears to be male arrives at school in a dress. Unless the dress style violates the dress code, the student should not be required to change. So how does that work with what you're proposing? And
well, how does my language not address this? I'm just reversing it. How does my language not address this? Because
yeah, so I mean, right now a lot of dress codes probably say that dresses for girls should be below the knee or not more than 6 inches above the knee or whatever. They have the guidelines for that. Particularly with females, there's some prescriptive maybe language in there that talks about dresses for girls or skirts for girls or something like that, or spaghetti straps for girls. That would be gender specific if it's written that way. I think that's the issue. And I don't know how the language that you're proposing avoids that, but on this issue, I'm certainly not the expert on it, but let's listen to Janet and Laura, and then we'll see what Brian has to say, and then we'll come back and figure this one out.
Well, thank you, Chair. My thought is just that what we are doing with this document is we're giving guidance on for transgender or gender nonconforming students. We're not giving guidance for all students. So I don't know that this that what we're saying here in this dress code would necessarily have to incorporate everyone. I think what we're trying to do is address the concerns we have with these particular students. So I don't know that I feel this is appropriate to put in here.
I'm sorry, on that last statement, what's not appropriate?
Well, to accommodate all students regardless of gender or stereotype, I think muddies the issue and makes less clear what we're trying to do.
Okay, Laura, please. No, Laura?
Chair, I'm just I've got to listen to the rest of this conversation because I have some thoughts here. Sorry.
All right, we'll put you back in the queue and we'll listen to Brian for a second.
So Chair, in that first strikeout of guidelines that are not gender specific and are free, I think that language is helpful and important because the goal here, the principle here is that we're not treating transgender kids different from non-transgender kids. And so, and I think that first sentence is stricken out. It conveys that principle and thus is kind of important in my mind.
Okay, so based on the idea that we can't or shouldn't have a separate dress code for transgender kids that applies only to them, that would be, on its face discrimination. Yeah,
that's right.
Okay, Jenny, back to you.
Yeah, to say that this, I'm just trying to think this in my mind. This does apply to all, because you can't write a dress code policy that doesn't apply to all. So whatever language we use is applicable to every student in the school. And while we are trying to avoid maybe things that stereotype children in a specific area to allow for, make sure there's no discrimination that takes place, it does impact all. So we have to make sure the language is usable.
Yeah, Laura, you ready?
I'm ready. I appreciate all this conversation. I'm not sure that ever putting all in a thing is really important because it should, but this information where dress codes and grooming standards should encompass reasonable, I do like clear. Is that anywhere? Is that in the code? And are we changing it by adding clear? And are we changing code by putting any additional pieces in? That's what I want us to be careful of, because I'd really like to stay really close to law, code, and maybe even some of court cases.
Okay, any comments on that? 53G 7802 is what we're referencing. Brian, can you help us, or I don't know who looked at that most recently.
I'm just trying to pull it up, the code. What was that, 53G?
It's on the page there, 53G 7802.
802, okay.
Because I think there's some.
Primarily the focus is on disruptions, and it references gangs in here, but or violence. Well, that's one of them, but I'm just saying it has focusing on making sure there's education, a learning environment can take place. That whatever's being worn is not disruptive. And I think did we address that down further?
So the case law is mostly around, for example, males, biological males or males assigned male at birth, dressing in traditionally female clothing, and that being seen as disruptive. And that's not allowed under the case law. Is that the way I understand it? Is that right, Brian?
Yeah, and I'm not sure there's any case law on this particular issue or this particular statute. And and to Laura's point, this statute does not reference gender. This one particular stereotypes.
No, sorry, Brian. Dress code and grooming standards should encompass reasonable and clear language. Is that just that part? Is that in there? Or is it just the any education program or activity?
Now, I don't see that specific language. I think that sentiment is in the statute, but not those express words.
That's really about that code is uniforms in schools, which, you know, this isn't dealing specifically with uniforms in school. I mean, that is part of a dress code for some schools. But most schools have the, you know, skirt length and spaghetti straps and no bare midriffs and that sort of thing. I mean, those are the dress codes that we're talking about, I believe.
So Chair, are you good with dress codes and grooming standards should encompass reasonable and clear language, period?
No, I think the guidance that we need to provide is that they shouldn't be gender stereotypical. So as soon as we say females, you know, girls may not wear dresses that are shorter than this, or if we say that, you know, it needs to be gender neutral so that we're not, when we get down to example 1 or example 2 down below, so that our dress codes aren't violating those.
So Chair, may I bounce back with you again?
Certainly.
Okay,
This
so
is dialogue.
what if we keep dress codes and grooming standards should encompass reasonable and clear language and accommodate students regardless of gender or stereotype?
We could do that. I think that the guidance we want to provide is that it shouldn't be gender specific, because that's where we start to get into the discrimination problems. So I think that's important language.
Okay.
Because as soon as we make a dress code gender specific, then we run the risk of enforcing it differentially against a transgender child.
That makes sense. Thank you.
That's the legal issue that I see. And so I think it's important to say, you know, not gender specific and free of gender stereotypes. We were trying to keep our schools out of legal trouble. That's one of the main objectives of this guidance document. And by not saying that, I think that we do them a disservice, because there will be language. I think many dress codes now have language that's specific to males and females. And then you get a child who doesn't dress typically with their gender on the school records, and then, you know, are they in violation of dress code because they're a biological male in female clothing, or vice versa? Or so anyway, I don't know if I'm articulating what I see as the problem well, but that's what I think the importance of the language is. Any other comments from board members? I'm getting a note that we've got 25 minutes left in our meeting today, and we're not at the end. We want to keep forward. Yes, go ahead,
We
Jenny.
can go with that other language. I actually think we're almost saying the same thing. But the one I just get concerned when we're actually trying to make everybody neutral instead of actually allowing people. Does that make sense? Allowing actual, you know, individuals to wear according to a particular gender if they choose.
I get the concern. I just think that it's important that the language says that, you know, if skirts are worn, they may not be any shorter than such and such. And no clothing, you know, with bare midriffs is applicable. And then it doesn't say for girls or for boys, and doesn't create this problem of interpretation.
Yeah, that's fine. I do think we're saying the same thing. We're probably just approaching it a little different. So
if we're saying the same thing, then I appreciate it if we can just.
No, we can go. I think I'm happy to go with that. I appreciate it.
Sounds good. Now we're down to the, so the Utah Code reference should be made a footnote. But then we're down to the nonconformity. Jenny, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, just nonconformity to sex stereotypes reflects a student's expression, their unique individual personalities and imaginations, and should not be seen as an indication of a student's gender or gender identity. In other words, children express themselves many different ways. They shouldn't be categorized, you know, by a certain class or not in a certain group or a stereotype. And then I struck this. You're going to have, I'll work you back through this next line, and then you can tell me if this works. A student whose gender expression is different from societal expectations should not be considered disruptive. Can a student whose dress is not the same as societal expectations be disruptive? And the question is, can it be? Could it be?
Yeah, and I think that depends on the dress code, right?
So
If they say no.
Well, no. We're not saying anything about dress code. We're just saying could wear something that could be disruptive, right? If we're leaving it a broader narrative, but also someone who does express according to the gender that they're commonly concerned with are associated with could also be disruptive. So
I see the point, and that's probably good to strike that. I appreciate the addition because I think that gets into some of the discussion we're going to have in a minute about, what are accommodations, I guess, or what are variations from the accommodations or things that should be discussed with parents. And really it gets to the point where if a student violates one of the either request accommodations or violates one of the school rules, then that's when parents should be notified. So, I like that ad. I don't know what other people want to say. Brent, go ahead.
Well, for me, it all comes down to that last sentence. Dress code should be enforced consistently for all students. And that summarizes everything that's talked about leading up to that one sentence. It's the clearest.
Are you okay, Brent, if we take that as it's written right now with the sentence and the nonconformity sentence in?
I'm
Okay,
fine with that.
any other committee members that have comments on this particular section, or are we okay here? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands except Brent's still up, but I think you said. Okay, can we look at the examples then down below? Okay, committee members, any questions on those? Jenny, please.
yeah, and once again, this comes back to the comment I wanted to address. The example number 4, a school traditionally requires boys to wear blue gowns and girls to wear gold gowns at graduation. Yeah, they can consider something else, but if they chose to do this, they could still allow individuals to choose what they wanted to wear, right?
Okay.
So once again, I don't want this, I get concerned that we're trying to sanitize or create such a neutral environment that we removing, male or femaleness and not accommodating for anyone's choice, if that makes sense.
So if that said, the school may decide, a school may decide. Or just to take out the whole align with and just say a school may decide to assign the gown color to be worn based on the last name. That's an option.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, Laura, go ahead.
I know that this is probably going to get groans, but I also have some problems with us giving examples because we're only giving examples and from our vantage point, and there may be thousands of different questions that come up. And so if our guidance isn't clear, then we should probably fix it and not give examples. I may be off base, but I think we're kind of stretching past law and rule to do that.
Okay, any comments from committee members on that one?
I feel like there may be some value to what's being said there. If we're not clear enough, then maybe we need to tidy it up. If we are clear, then we're putting into mind what it should look like and what it has to look like.
Okay, I'm going to be on the other side on that one. I think that the examples are very practical ways to put what is in our guidance into a practical everyday setting, and I think that would be very helpful to me if I was an educator or an administrator. And it's kind of like a frequently asked questions thing. We're anticipating situations that may come up. So as we read those other guidance documents, we specifically instructed staff to put some examples in at one point. Certainly we're a committee, and if we want to pull them out, we can do that, but I would speak against that one. Go ahead, Brent.
Could we say possible examples or probable? Sorry, Brent, I'm sorry, Chair.
We could, if you want to propose that, we could certainly do that. I don't know that adds anything for me or
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I must admit, all these examples are not going to cover every situation, but I think they are instructive. I know when we were working on our equity guidelines, the one thing I heard consistently from administrators is, we want examples. We want examples. We want examples. And I hear that in many cases, that the examples are useful. I think it's okay to put possible. I'm not going to fight that. I would rather we didn't, but no big deal, because this doesn't cover every potential example. So I acknowledge that. From a practical standpoint, I actually saw example 4 work out. Some transgender students wanted to wear a different color gown for graduation. They went to the administration, and administration says, you know what, let's just have everyone in the same color. So, and that's what they did. And yeah, initially there was a little bit of grumbling, but for the most part it happened, and now that's the way it is. And it's been done for 3 or 4 years now, and it works. So this document would be useful for schools dealing with situations like that. And it doesn't have to be the exact same situation. So I like the examples. Are they all inclusive of all the possibilities? No, but I do like the examples.
Okay, thanks, Brent. Laura, did you get tired of holding your hand up?
Yes, because it's so hard to hold my hand up in this situation. I wouldn't put possible there. I just put examples of possible ways of implementing, but I'm okay to take possible out. So Brent was persuasive. Way to go, Brent.
Okay, let's go to Jenny.
Hey,
Yeah, on our example number 4, I guess, so that this isn't, could we add?
Let's go down to example 4, please. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
A school traditionally requires boys to wear blue gowns and girls to wear gold gowns at graduation. Something like the school may continue to do this, but allow students to choose, something like that. So it's not, we're given the illusion you shouldn't do this, which isn't the case. It's just that you have to be, right? You have to just make sure that you allow students to engage where they want to engage.
So the school may allow students to select the color of gown they want to wear, or you
can even put transgender students who are transgender may
select
or something like that.
Because that's perfectly acceptable. Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
What if we just put the school may decide to keep or change this practice?
That doesn't really
they
help.
can't keep it. They can't keep it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make it simple.
I know, I was too. So I think you say they can continue the practice, but need to accommodate. Accommodation is what we're after. Accommodate for.
And allow accommodations.
And allow accommodations. Maybe that's just it. And allow accommodations.
So they may decide to assign that, or they may allow accommodations for transgender students to select the color based on their consistently asserted gender.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then it doesn't erase that, but we also give other suggestions, or you could do this or this, but it also allows for that to continue if they choose, but then they need to make accommodations.
Okay, so let's ask staff to.
They can work on that.
Yeah, legally that's acceptable. Brian, is that, you concur?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so we can add that one. Let's get this one on the books, and then we're going to tackle facilities next and see if we can knock that one out. Do I have a motion from a committee member to accept the dress code section? I've got 3 hands up. All of you want to make a motion?
No, I want to ask a question. I just want to say that on this example 4,
Yeah.
I think we're in trouble if we say the school may continue this practice, but allow students who are transgender or gender nonconforming to choose. I'd rather say the school may continue this practice, but allow students to choose. I don't know why we'd want to specify that only those who are transgender or gender nonconforming are the only ones who could choose.
That's probably the most even-handed way to do it, right?
And
Just
then
allow-
with that, I'm happy to make a motion that we approve this section on dress code to go out for public comment.
Okay, awesome. Any other comments to the motion, discussion to the motion? If not, please go ahead and vote. Thank you, committee. Looks like that's unanimous. Okay, and we are on facilities and we have
Chair.
10 minutes. Yes, Patty.
Chair, so I don't know that we will be able to get through all of this in 10 minutes. So would the intent be to then place it on the agenda for next time, along with the survey that would go out?
Yeah, there's a problem with sending the survey out without this being done.
Right.
I don't think we want to do that. So
Okay.
it looks like we're going to be delayed to review this again at the next meeting or a special meeting if leadership decides that that's what we should do. So
Thank you.
I think we'll just move as far as we can today. Are there, Deputy Superintendent Norman, are there other items on the agenda that, or is there anything time sensitive? I think we adjusted it so that we those things.
Right. The modules we talked at the State Superintendent's Association that we were going to be looking at those today. So that first module, at least a framework that would probably be most appropriate to at least be able to look at that framework so staff could continue to do more work if that at least that framework was approved.
Okay. Would it be better for staff then if we take a break right here on this item and move to that first module and see if we can knock that one out?
Yeah, that would help get that moving.
We will do that. We're gonna we'll defer further discussion on this until the next meeting, whenever that is, of standards and assessment. And we will move to the next item on our agenda. So that's item number 5, is that right? And we will ask first, Patty, if you could talk to us quickly about these training modules, give us the overview, and then we'll look at that first one.
Yes, let me go ahead and share my screen again. So with the training modules, as we talked about in full board meeting yesterday, the rule, let me just share it first and then I can concentrate each section. So can everyone see it now?
It's up now.
Okay, thank you. So with this is a part of step 3. Step 1 was the overview of the training. Then the guiding framework would be those modules. And so this is responding to the requirements, those 10 requirements within R277-328. Just for the purpose of clarity, this was a suggested or a sample of what could be decided on by the board, the committee today. So within that first one was the module 1 of the civil rights. When we talked to USSA about this, the Utah State Superintendents Association, they too felt that this was the most needed module out there that currently educators do not have access to. They felt that that undergraduate studies do not include any of educational law. And so this would then be very clear, and they felt it would be the most helpful. Then this again is just up for discussion today. Then as you can see, those 10 bullet points on the side would then be disaggregated into module 1. Module 1 is disaggregated right now into 2 different sections. And then module 2 could be those 4 different sections or aligned as needed. Then when it went to the third piece, there's a lot of them that are already doing things currently within the district. And so we let them know about the vetting process that USBE is currently doing. On January 24th, we're going to be going through a vetting process for inter-rater reliability, which means we've had a lot of staff asking individually, can we review materials for equity? And that is something that each individual should be able to do on their own. And so that we're going to lead our staff through, or our leadership staff to start with, through educational equity, inter-rater reliability training, where they'll be taking documents and going through them on their own with the components of R277-328 in mind, and then be able to say, you know, should this or should this not be in there, and what are those guardrails that are in place. And then being able to have that checklist for also LEAs to use if they choose, or LEAs can create their own checklist. So this was just a way to be able to do it. As you can see on that third one, many LEAs already have professional learning communities modules, and so they could then just take some of those through and making sure that they comply with R277-328. So this was just a suggested way of organizing these topics first, and then we can get into module 1.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Jenny, you've got a question?
Yeah, so what are we hoping to accomplish today with this is what I want to know. I've gone through the modules, but I have quite a few questions. So are we trying to okay the modules, or what are we okaying?
Yeah, the intent today was to review at least that first module and okay that to go out for training. So just the first presentation that
and
staff.
It's supposed to be on the civil rights and law, and I guess this goes back to a question I've asked earlier.
Yeah, civil rights for education. Yep.
Okay, so I have a couple of concerns here. One of those is it's the top thing where we're talking about, we're introducing to standards that are embedded, and then we're using things that are not law to articulate the civil rights law. So the resolution denouncing racism and embracing educational equity is not law. While it may have components it addresses in there or recognizes, it's not law. The Portrait of a Graduate is not law. And yet that's what the civil rights and the law section we're supposed to be doing. And we do part of that within our, within that document. So I'm just understand this idea of pulling.
Yeah, would you propose changing the title then of the presentation? Or are you saying that we should?
No, I would say we should be doing the civil rights and law, but I'm just saying we shouldn't be treating these other items as if they were law. They're not law. And so the law is what we should be addressing. And we do have components of that within our framework. But I thought that's what the primary purpose was of that, was to address specifically the law.
Okay, so is there an objection to referring to things like the resolution and the Portrait of a Graduate? Or you're just saying you don't want that commingled with law?
Well, what I don't want is to be framing standards around things that are not law, or things that we haven't, I don't know what the standards are. That's what I'm asking. What are the standards that we're using from these items that are not law that we're going to be teaching for law? Does that make sense?
Yeah, Holly looks like she's ready to go. And I think Holly has a pretty good statement in her presentation that says this is the intent of the training. This is what we're trying to get out of it. So, but Holly, go ahead, and I think, are you ready to respond to?
And Chair, before Holly responds, can we have her put up her document, so what I'm not sure of what we're doing is, were we first going to approve whether this is appropriate to address them this way, or do we want to approve the actual presentation itself?
Yeah, and I guess we maybe need to decide on the approach before we get into the content. Thanks for bringing me back. I've looked at this before and we haven't discussed this before. So maybe that's what we need to do right here. That's probably as far as we'll get today, is talking about this for just a minute. So let's pull it back and not talk about the specifics of the presentation, but get back to this approach to the professional learning. So 328 directs the state board, the superintendent to provide professional learning on the topics addressed in 328. Staff has gone through and tried to break out what those are, and we have those 10 bullet points. They've broken those down into 3 different areas. So those could be 3 modules. Those seem like logical divisions. And then the amount of content and the length of each presentation and how it's broken up, that is something that we need to decide as we go forward. But I think the request from the field has been that we have smaller modules that are a half hour rather than 2 hours, so that we take it in chunks. So the proposal that's before us as a committee is to proceed with developing modules as outlined on this chart. So within civil rights and law, there's, I think, 2 presentations that drafts have been prepared. On module 2, we haven't started that yet as far as what that would look like and what the breakdown would be. And then again on module 3, that would still to be determined as far as the details of how many specific training presentations there would be. Am I saying all this right, Patty and Holly? Am I capturing the direction properly? Yeah, I can't see Patty. I've got a nod from Holly. Okay, yes, Patty?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So discussion to that proposal. Janet, please.
Thank you. With the idea of beginning with the end in mind, I just wonder if while we're doing this and we're still in this formatting stage, if we could address how many modules will be required and how many hours we will be expecting of educators to complete these, and within what time frame to complete them. If we could add that to this as we go through, I think that would be helpful for us and for educators.
Okay. I think we can talk right now about module 1, about what the direction is, and maybe we can have Holly and Patty comment on that, because we do have 2 draft presentations and we have, I think, an expected timeline. This is not scripted like we did on the 328 rule, though. This would be presentations that are given according to a PowerPoint, but it wouldn't be word for word scripted. So go ahead, Patty, Holly, who's the best to address that? How much time? And
right, I can go ahead, and then Holly, correct me if I'm wrong. We had talked about 90 minutes being for the first module, after going through the slide deck and being able to see the components of it. Module 2 goes into fostering a learning environment. So that's what we were talking about. It would probably have about the same, but every LEA wouldn't have to go through each one of the board approved modules. So the board's requirement is to create models for this professional learning, but LEAs may also have their own professional learning that meets these same requirements.
so they could adjust or do whatever they want with this. We're just doing the model. So help me understand. So the 90 minutes, we have 2 presentations in our backup right now. That would be for both of those?
Yes, the idea going through it was the first,
all of module 1?
Yes.
So 90 minutes each?
No, just for 90 minutes for all of module 1 is where we're at now. We haven't, module 2, it would depend on where they were at. There's a lot of action based in it. For example, setting norms and practicing how they can and cannot talk about these topics. So it would be with the implementation of, and so that's for you to decide today.
Okay, so we can get that feedback on module 1, 90 minutes for the 2. But then again, the caveat is that this isn't mandatory training that has to be given verbatim. An LEA could adjust or I guess consolidate. It's model training. They can give it as is, or they can do what they want with it.
Yes, what is mandatory is that they include all 10 of these requirements so that they're responsible for the requirements.
Okay, Jenny, please.
Yeah, once again, I think module 1 to me spoke of constitutional and civil rights. That's what I thought we were doing here. And I guess in putting these pieces in, meaning the aligning teaching practices, I guess we're trying to coordinate those with civil right. Is that why we're putting those there? So we can say we did this piece in talking about the law because it's talked about there. I'm sorry, I'm still a little confused on why, on the coordination between the two items and the civil rights and constitutional law. So I just need clarification, perhaps.
Holly, please.
Yes, I'm happy to clarify, Board Member Earl. So we included, well, we're trying to cover everything, just like you said. We're trying to make sure that everything's embedded. And originally, when we had talked about what this first module would cover, it was around the conversation of racism and discrimination. And that's what led us into talking about civil rights law. And so it ties in with the board resolution and in with the portrait of a graduate. And there are statutes contained within those documents. So when we're going to give an overview of educational law, and those are statutes that are embedded that involve student rights. And we have found, my colleagues and other educators, we have found that individuals in the field do not know what these two things are. They should know what the professional learning standards are from their pre-service education. But as far as the resolution is concerned, or the portrait of a graduate, many of them who are in the classroom have not even heard of what these are, and they contain some of these rights that we are going to be covering. So that was the intention in embedding those in there, just a brief introduction of what those are, so that they understand the application when we're talking about the law and civil rights and how they relate.
So, yeah, and I would think this would be, the intent is to be applicable for all children, all educators. I thought we were not just focusing on one element, and that's why it was meant to be a simplified articulation of civil rights as well as constitutional rights. That's what I was thinking we were doing. Am I misunderstanding? Are we saying the same thing?
Yeah, my understanding was that what we wanted to do here was give teachers a background in education law. Really, what are the rights of the students in schools? How should they be treated? And then where does that come from? How is law developed, so that they can understand when they read something in the paper about a court case, whether, if it's in California, if that applies to what we're doing here or not. Just put it all in context for them and have them understand where these rules that they need to follow are coming from, and what some of those are, the basics of what those are.
Okay.
So I
feel like we've gotten things muddled.
Let's let Laura comment, and then Brent, and we are out of time, so we're going to have to wrap this up. I did get a notice from board leadership, who we're happy to have here on our committee, that it looks like we will be able to schedule another meeting during this month. So we'll try to do that. Okay, go ahead, Laura, then Brent.
Thank you, Chair. I am hoping that the discussion was that our teachers really don't get case law. I mean, they don't get civil rights and laws as an educator, but as administrators, we do. However, I think that the comment that was made that we're trying to put it all together, I don't know that that's what we were tasked to do with our modules. I think we were tasked to discuss civil rights and understand what they were. I don't know that we have to go into all these details and how it compares to and other things, unless a district wants to do that. I think we're a little bit big here.
Okay, thanks for the comment, Brent.
Well, I'm trying to process what everyone said, and I'm trying to think what this would mean to me as a teacher. being a history teacher does make it a little bit different because I'll look at it a little bit differently than many teachers. So I actually like the alignment because I think it needs to come down to the classroom level. And Portrait of a Graduate tells us what kind of person do we want students to leave our schools with, what competencies, what skills. And Portrait of a Graduate does a great job of aligning that. And I asked myself the question, how can I make my classroom more in alignment with the Civil Rights Act of 1964? How do I make certain that I'm not segregating? Because we don't have segregation, physical segregation, but I think sometimes we still segregate because we do not implement inclusive practices. So for me, seeing the alignment between civil rights and how that breaks down into the classroom with Portrait of a Graduate seems like the appropriate thing to do. I think we do have issues in Utah schools. I think that's been proven time and time again. I think for the most part, our teachers are diligent. They want to have a classroom, but I remember asking myself, how can I help these students? How can I help these different groups of students? And I would hope that this module would give me some answers to that question. How can I, as a teacher, through this professional learning, be more inclusive of all students?
Okay, I think we've got some differences of opinion that probably can't be resolved in the next 5 minutes. So I think we will, as I said, it looks like we can schedule another meeting. We will be looking at the gender guidance document and also come back and look at this. I think staff now has some ideas about some of the questions that have come from committee. I do as well. We'll try and prepare for those questions with the proposal, revised proposal, I guess, with some more information on the training and how that goes forward. And we will be back in action at a time to be announced. So look for a little survey to let you know when we're going to get back together. Appreciate everyone's attention today. We went long on the front end and on the back end, but I think we've accomplished some good work. So thank you for all of your help and attention. Thanks to the public as well that hung with us. Laura?
I just wanted to make a comment about you, Chair, so it might be embarrassing, but I know Scott spends hours and hours with our staff working on this, and I, as a committee member, appreciate his time and his effort. I just wanted to take a minute and say that. Thanks, Scott.
Well, thank you. And we'll wrap things up on that note, but really it's a team effort. Got a lot of good staff working on this, and these are difficult and potentially divisive issues, and we need to pay good attention to them and come up with good solutions for our students. So I think we're involved in something that's really important and needs to be taken care of in a thoughtful way. Well, thanks again to everyone. And we'll see you board members this afternoon, I guess. We've got a few minutes for lunch. Thanks.
Thank
Bye.
you all. Thanks.